Good morning and welcome to the 10th Annual Child Abuse Conference. I'm Casey Thompson with Covenant Children's, and this is Carla Olson with the South Plains Coalition for Child Abuse Prevention. This conference is a part of a larger effort of Go Blue Lubbock County and is in collaboration with both Covenant Children's and the South Plains Coalition for Child Abuse Prevention. As we began planning this year's conference, we really took a look at over the past years. The past 10 years. We have focused on recognition and interventions, but have yet to really focus on what we could do as a community and what resources are available.
Our planning included looking back over the last 10 years, the changes in our community, the changes in the rate of occurrence of child abuse and neglect. But however, it also piqued our interest a little in the history of child abuse and neglect. How did it begin? How was it handled in the past? And were there any significant milestones that changed the thinking and the approaches around child abuse and neglect? So we wanted to share with you this morning a couple of those historical events that helped shape responses to child abuse and neglect. My story is about the first case of child abuse and neglect that caught attention in the United States. It occurred in 1874 with a little 9-year-old girl named Mary Ellen. Mary Ellen lived in a tenement house in New York City with her foster parents, Mary and Francis Conley. She was the illegitimate daughter of Mary Conley's first husband. Neighbors living close to Mary Ellen contacted a church social worker by the name of Etta Wheeler because they continued to hear disturbances in Mary Conley's tenement house where Mary Ellen lived. Etta Wheeler, the social worker, investigated the home and she found Mary Ellen suffering from malnutrition along with serious physical abuse and neglect. Horrified by what she found, Etta Wheeler went to the authorities. She was saddened to learn that there were laws to protect animals, but there was no local, state, or federal law that existed that protected children. So Etta Wheeler then went to the American Society for the Prevention of Cruelty to Animals to seek help. A lawyer with the SPCAA presented the case to the New York Supreme Court on the theory that Mary Ellen was a member of the animal kingdom and as such was therefore entitled to the same protection from abuse that the law gave to animals. The court agreed, and because Mary Ellen was considered an animal by the court, she was taken from her brutal foster mom. In court, Mary Ellen recounted how she was beaten daily and how her face had been cut with scissors. She was locked in a bedroom most of the time and not allowed out of the house. Mary Ellen was subsequently placed in an orphanage and was later adopted by her social worker, Etta Williams. Her foster mother was sentenced to 1 year of hard labor in the penitentiary. Mary Ellen's case led to the formation of the New York Society for the Prevention of Cruelty to Children in 1875. By 1922, these societies had sprung up in many communities and were the only formal prevention efforts until federal laws were passed. It was not until 1974 that the Child Abuse Prevention and Treatment Act that we know as CAPTA was passed on the federal level. It created a federal definition of what child abuse is and created a structure and a plan for how the federal government would provide funding to the states for child abuse assessment, investigation, treatment, prosecution, and prevention.
It is sad to think of a period existed when animals were offered more protection than children were. My story is a bit more uplifting in terms of what it did for children. It is the story of Dr. C. Henry Kemp, a pediatrician. Dr. Kemp was the first in the medical community to identify what child abuse was and helped develop a network for reporting the abuse. Kemp was born in Germany but came to America and became a physician. At that time, he was the youngest chair appointed to the pediatric department at the University of Colorado. During his tenure, he began to recognize the prevalence of non-accidental injuries in children. He demanded better diagnostic investigation of the unexplained and life-threatening injuries that he observed through 4 different emergency departments, including shattered bones, inflicted burns, and brain damage. In 1961, his research led to the publication of the battered child syndrome, which was presented at a symposium on child abuse by the American Academy of Pediatrics. The following year, the American Medical Association published this landmark article. The term battered child syndrome developed into the term maltreatment, which encompassed not only physical abuse, but also malnourishment, failure to thrive, medical neglect, sexual and emotional abuse. Dr. Kemp also proposed that physicians should be required to report child abuse. According to the National Association of Counsel for Children, by 1967, after Dr. Kemp's findings had gained general acceptance among health and welfare workers and the public, 44 states had passed legislation that required the reporting of abuse to official agencies. And the remaining 6 states had voluntary reporting laws. This is one of the most rapidly accepted pieces of legislation in American history. To date, all 50 states have laws that require professionals who serve children to report all forms of suspected abuse. Although Dr. Kemp passed away in 1984, his efforts to protect child victims continues today through the establishment of the Kemp Foundation.
So as you see these stories that we shared with you, the road to both recognizing and helping to prevent child abuse and neglect has been a long one. And sad to say, that journey's not over.
However, they inspire us to continue our efforts here in the South Plains. At this time, I would like to introduce Dr. Amy Thompson, CEO of Covenant Children's Hospital in the Lubbock service area.
Hi, good morning. Thank you guys and welcome. I say this every year, and I guess I'll say it until I don't say it anymore, is someday I really hope we can stop having this conference. And I think, you know, the work that we're doing here and just the thing that we're trying to prevent, I hope someday we don't have to do it anymore. So we've been going for about 10 years. This is the 10th year of our child abuse conference. We have had Go Blue Lubbock County for almost 10 years. And what I will tell you is in that time, we've had almost 11,000 children that have been affected by child abuse in Lubbock County. I was looking up some stuff earlier because I was trying to get a visual in my head over what's 11,000, you know, what does this? Our United Spirit Arena, I've been to a lot of basketball games, love basketball, and have been to our home court at Texas Tech. Our home court at Texas Tech holds 15,000 people. And so I was thinking in the last 10 years, that for sure means in that bottom section of the United Spirit Arena, we could fill it with kids who have been abused in Lubbock, Texas. And like, I think that starts to get the visual when you start to think, this is a huge number of children that have had confirmed victims of abuse. And the thing that I was thinking is the statistics that I know, which is these are confirmed cases of child abuse and neglect. And so what we know is that there are countless kids who don't have confirmed child abuse and neglect out there. And so then I thought, well, sadly, I think we could fill the whole stadium with just the kids in our county that have been abused. In the very first year that we had Go Blue Lubbock, our rate of occurrence in Lubbock County was 19.3. And I just want to compare this to, at that same time, our state average was 9.3. And one of the things I always say, there's a few things that you don't want to lead in, you don't want to be in first place in. And sadly for us, the state of Texas is #1 in the United States in terms of child abuse and neglect. And sadly, Lubbock County, when we first started this, was #1 in the state of Texas. And I think we've since come down a bit, but man, I have to tell you that the other numbers that are at the top of that list are all in West Texas. And man, when I think of West Texas, like this is not the thing that I think of. I think of this place that I live where people are nice. And, you know, when I'm describing Lubbock, I always describe what it feels like to live here. And I have to tell you, this is my, there's a few things about Lubbock, and this is one of them. That's my least favorite statistic about Lubbock, Texas and Lubbock County is this child abuse and neglect. And so the reason that we come and the reason that we're going to continue to have this conference is until those numbers, we say this in safety. I'm looking at my chief nursing officer over here. We always say we want 0 cases of patient safety. I guess we continue this conference until the numbers are 0, until we actually have no kids that are being abused. In Lubbock County, we had 734 confirmed victims in 2022. And of that, we had 23, we've had 2 deaths in 2021. And in the last 10 years, we've had 23 deaths that have happened because of this. So my encouragement for us today is let's come and let's learn, let's pray, let's, all the things that we need to do to change what's happening in our county, in our city, in our state with child abuse and neglect. So I'm going to get to do the first of 2 awards that we actually want to give at this 10th annual meeting. And I have to tell you, this is a great pleasure for me. I'm going to get to do the first one. And then the second one is actually going to be done by Shannon Bates, who's my chief nursing officer. But I have to tell you, she arm wrestled me for it because these 2 women that we're going to present awards to today, both of these have been mentors for me and people that I have looked up to. So it is my honor to announce the first award that we're going to give to Dr. Patty Patterson. She's unable to be with us today, so I think I have a picture here. Dr. Johnson was able to give her this award. I'm just going to read this and then say a few words about her. Dr. Patty Patterson is a professor of pediatrics, public health, and medical education, and the director of child abuse pediatrics at the Texas Tech University Health Sciences Center. She is currently the only board-certified child abuse pediatrician in West Texas and Eastern New Mexico. She has 20 years of experience in public health, including serving as the Commissioner of Health, the Executive Deputy Commissioner of Health, the Bureau Chief of Maternal and Child Health Director for the state of Texas. That's big stuff. Okay, like that's translation. She's a just big dog doing these things. And the Vice President for Rural and Community Health at Texas Tech University Health Sciences Center. She serves as a global health advisor to the School of Medicine and global health liaison for Nicaragua for TTU-HSC, and provides global health electives for students from all the TTU-HSC schools. She has participated in over 52 global health service trips since 1988. In 2019, she received the Charles V. Dasher Lifetime Achievement Award from the Texas Pediatric Society. She holds a medical degree from the University of Texas Medical Branch in Galveston, and she is board certified in pediatrics, completing both pediatric residency and chief residency at the University of Texas Medical Branch. She also has a master's degree in public health from the University of Texas Health Science Center at Houston and a bachelor's degree from Lubbock Christian University. But I have to tell you that, I always say there's what people write on paper, which is everyone's awards, and then there's who Dr. Patty Patterson is. I call her Patty Pat. She has been one of my mentors since I was in medical school. And what I have to tell you is just her love and compassion that she has for children, what she has done in this space of child abuse pediatrics, and also when you just look at her lifetime of giving, it's my great honor that we would like to recognize her. She's retiring this year, and I was telling the folks beforehand, she's got a grandson that played on the same football team as my 7th grader this year, so I got to sit beside her at a lot of football games this fall, and I think she is enjoying. I think this is going to be the common theme. I think these 2 folks that we're talking about are enjoying this retirement thing like way too much, and but she has just done, Patty, the thing I would like to say to you as your friend and colleague is just thank you. There's not enough awards and thank yous to thank you for what you've done for children. And so we want to honor you. I'm going to introduce Shannon Bates, who's going to come. My 2 quick sentences. See, I'm still going to get it in, Shannon, because I went before you. We're also going to be honoring today Dr. Marguerite Fallon. And it was so good to see your picture today, Marguerite. See, look, I'm all. This conference was Marguerite's brainchild. And what I have to tell you is I hope you feel honored today because we talk about you often and just the legacy that you left on our hospital. And Marguerite served with me when I was a brand new administrator, didn't know anything about administration. And so Shannon's going to tell us a little bit about that. But thank you guys.
I am truly honored to present Dr. Marguerite Fallon with this award. Dr. Marguerite Fallon has had a passion for caring for children and ensuring that their voices were heard. She worked at Covenant Children's from 1994 through 2017. She impacted many departments where she served as my nurse manager in the pediatric ICU and worked all the way up to being our chief nursing officer at Covenant Children's. As many of you probably don't know, she's a very recognized artist. And one of the first things she did here at Covenant was to paint murals in the walls of the pediatric emergency department to make it more child friendly. And when they're coming in for such a scary place. She also encouraged others to paint ceiling tiles up in the patient rooms. One of her first initiatives that she did as the nurse manager in the pediatric ICU was to promote family presence during procedures and resuscitations. As a parent, I'm extremely grateful for this initiative. Marguerite developed, educated, and promoted the policy of family presence for Covenant Children's. She also promoted the educational tool, the Period of Purple Crying, in the Children's Hospital. She helped to allow this video to be displayed on our patient channel, and also requested it to be provided to parents when they were discharged with their infant or child. This program addressed the injuries related to shaking a baby. She recognized the need for abuse prevention and helped the Coalition for Child Abuse Prevention start the annual Child Abuse Conference at Covenant Children's 10 years ago. Covenant Children's was the first designated Level 2 pediatric trauma center in Texas. Marguerite supported this trauma program wholeheartedly and helped initiate child abuse prevention education as a part of the trauma program. She started all these initiatives before it was popular or done statewide or nationwide. This quote by Ruth Bader Ginsburg exudes Marguerite and her efforts here at Covenant Children's. Ruth said, "To make life a little better for people less fortunate than you. That's what I think a meaningful life is. One lives not just for oneself, but for one's community." This is truly what Marguerite did for our community, and these are just a few of the reasons I am honored to present my dear friend and absolute mentor with this award today. Thank you.
Am I supposed to say something now? I just want to thank all of you. I am so honored by this, and I love to see that you're continuing the work and making a difference in Lubbock County and the surrounding counties for all these children. It's amazing what you're doing, and I couldn't be more honored for the work that you're doing and you keep on doing every day, because it is worthwhile work. There's nothing more precious than a child. So thank you all very much for honoring me in this way. And I'm crying, so I can't really keep talking. Thank you.
Right. As we get our conference started today, we've got an awesome lineup of speakers, but we do have a few slides that we'll need to go over first. And we're going to go over some disclosures and conflicts of interest. So bear with me the next couple of slides and then we'll get our keynote going. So, and we are offering multiple different contact hours for this event. You can see those listed on your screen with the hours next to them. We are also offering a certificate of attendance for those of you who would like that. You'll be able to pick this on your evaluation form. We are also, again, reminding everyone this is being jointly provided activity, and just wanted to make sure and give recognition to that. And as far as disclosures, we have not identified any conflicts of interest with anybody on the planning committee or presenting. In order to obtain your credit hours for this conference, we will need to make sure that you're watching the conference in its entirety, as well as completing the evaluation at the end of the event. And then that certificate will be sent to your email. So it is now, I'm excited to get this conference started, and I'd like to introduce one of my coworkers, Megan Fawcett. She's going to introduce us to our first speaker today.
Our keynote speaker is the Chief Officer of the Prevention and Community Wellbeing Division at the Department of Family and Protective Services. Her career began in early childhood education as an infant caregiver in an accredited child care center. After completing a graduate program and a governor's policy fellowship with the Governor of Maryland's Office of Children, Youth, and Families, she worked for 14 years in the Child Care Licensing Division of DFPS, with the last 2 years as Assistant Commissioner. In 2009, the Texas Licensed Child Care Association recognized her as an early care and education champion, and in 2010, the Texas Alliance of Child and Family Services honored her as DFPS Employee of the Year. She also worked for 2 years developing programs and projects at the Texas Department of Assisted and Rehabilitation Services Early Childhood Intervention Program. Since 2013, she has led the growth of the Prevention and Early Intervention Division at DFPS. She has a bachelor's degree from the University of Texas at Austin's Humanities Honors Program and a Master of Public Affairs from UT Lyndon B. Johnson's School of Public Affairs. Please welcome Sasha Roscoe.
Good morning. Thank you for such a nice introduction. And thank you to Covenant Children's for hosting such an important event and inviting me to speak during National Child Abuse Prevention Month. It's an honor to be here with you all talking about efforts in this state and in Lubbock to get upstream from crisis and support children and by helping their parents. And just hearing about the beginning of my career, I'm sure many folks in the audience can appreciate this trajectory, but I started out working in an infant room in a childcare center and was very focused on children, just children sort of on their own or perhaps a little bit without context, and just loving them and wanting the best for our kids. And then as I took off in my career, I became a parent myself. And I think there's no easier way to sum up how do you prevent child abuse and neglect, but to develop a real heart and compassion for parents and the hard work of parenting, even if it's messy and even if our parents aren't who we want them to be, myself included on many days. As my children are 21 and 17, and it's not the easiest time to be a parent. But anyway, I've got a lot to share with you today, and I could talk for hours and hours about all the amazing work happening that's really at the family level and at the community level, but that we have the honor at DFPS of sort of funding and supporting, and I can give you that perspective that of everything we're doing and how we got here in the last 10 years. So on the next slide, what I thought I would do is start off by talking about the problem we're trying to solve, which is child maltreatment, and kind of giving a picture of where we are from our colleagues' perspective in Child Protective Services, and then back up to, how do we travel upstream from those trying to rescue children out of the river, and how do we travel upstream and help prevent families and children from falling in the first place. So downstream, what we see at the state level is around a little over 165,000 investigations of child abuse and neglect. So that's the, folks report abuse neglect to our hotline, and they decide what by law measures up to an incident worth investigating. Our investigators go out, talk to children, talk to families, talk to teachers. And of those 165,000 plus, you can see in the bar chart that around 37,000 were confirmed, or reason to believe is our kind of how we define a confirmed finding of abuse or neglect. That's a little over 20%. The rest were either what we call ruled out, meaning there was not enough evidence that abuse or neglect occurred, or we were unable to complete the investigation, or not able to determine, given the evidence one way or the other, whether there was in fact abuse or neglect of a child. So that's about a 20% confirmation rate, or around 37,000 findings of abuse or neglect statewide. And then something that is, I'm sure those of you in the audience know, but is not as well known in the general public, is that the majority of those findings are around the neglectful supervision of children, and not as much around physical abuse, which is generally what people think about when they think about child abuse and neglect. But that's about 18% of findings are physical abuse, 17% are sexual abuse. We have a little bit of physical neglect or medical neglect and emotional abuse, but the vast majority are neglectful supervision. And of those, what we do know is that most involve children under 4, meaning the reason that the parents' inability to parent rises to the level of neglect is because the children are unable to protect themselves and are so young and vulnerable. So we know this is generally a population of parents with young children, and also a population of parents that are often struggling with mental health or substance use, which is what is preventing them from caring for their children and meeting their children's needs. So that's kind of the big picture of what the agency is encountering when it tries to rescue or intervene later in a crisis. On the next slide, you'll see how Region 1, which includes Lubbock, kind of how they fare. Or actually, I think this is the county. This is Lubbock County, not just Region 1. So this is Lubbock County in particular. You have a little over 2,000 investigations, or 2,252 total investigations. Sorry, I think that the next slide has the Lubbock data. There we go. Around a little over 450 or 480 of those were confirmed findings in Lubbock County. So it's a similar breakout. Actually, pretty much a lot of what you see is very similar to the state level trends. Again, a little over half of those findings are neglectful supervision, and likewise. So there's not a different profile of abuse or neglect in Lubbock than you see statewide. I will say that's different than, I think around 2015 we came and showed data, and there was a higher rate of physical abuse in Lubbock than there was in around those states. So that has shifted, and you now see a similar trend to the rest of the state, and not a different breakout of the types of child maltreatment happening in Lubbock County. So here's the problem we're trying to solve. So what are we doing collectively, Lubbock and the state and parents and professionals, to get ahead of this and make sure children aren't abused or neglected, and have what all children need, which is a loving family around them to help them throughout life. To start with, I wanted to talk on the next slide about what we do know works in protecting children from abuse or neglect. And I'm going to show a video in a minute. Before I do, when I first started in the prevention and early intervention division, as you heard, I came from the child care world, and I really wasn't as familiar with what we knew about preventing child abuse and neglect. And that was my first, I thought, well, what does work? And that's when I encountered these protective factors, which is a concept in public health. You know, when you think about smoking, for example, we know all the risk factors for smoking, but we don't know what protects people from the risk of smoking, or the risks of the impact of smoking, for example. And that's how you sort of think about these issues. So in child abuse and neglect, those protective factors, things that sort of reduce the risk or the likelihood of abuse and neglect, are pretty simple. They're what we would think anyone needs, but it's helpful to break them down. And you'll see as we go through this presentation how what we are doing, and what our prevention providers in Lubbock, and even what neighbors or churches are doing, how they are protective. So the first, and I'm using this sort of pinwheel, it is Child Abuse Prevention Month. The orange pinwheel slide is parental resilience. So a parent who is able to handle stress, a parent who has a strong, mental health, is protective. That's a protective factor for children. So meaning, and if we can boost a parent's ability to cope with stress, we are helping that child. And social connections is the next protective factor. So this is both perceived and real, but isolation is the risk factor here, feeling isolated. But on the converse, if you have people, you can go to for support in parenting, whether that's your spouse, whether that's a mom, the grandparent, whether that's extended family, friends, members of the church, someone at the school you can talk to, that even if you're not the kind of person who's going to involve themselves, but just knowing they're there. And the reverse is true too. You may have a lot of social connections, but if you feel that you can't access them, and you start feeling isolated, even if you have those around you, those are make a parent more vulnerable and make a child more at risk. Concrete supports. There's a lot of research tracking like financial stress with child abuse and neglect, particularly abusive head trauma. So we know when basic needs aren't met, that is incredibly stressful for a parent, and helping meet those basic needs, food, shelter, transportation, ability to get a job, that's very protective. So that's another area all this collective work focuses. The knowledge of parenting and childhood development, and you're going to see I'm going to show some presentations about this, but just parents having realistic expectations is another way of putting this. So if you understand your children and what they're going through and why they might be behaving in a way that's driving you nuts, for example, like when 2-year-olds throw their tantrums or when teenagers get moody, parents who don't understand that's just part of being a kid and growing up, and instead maybe take it personally or take it as a sign of bad behavior that needs punishment, that can set up a cycle of where the children then act out more and parents then discipline more, and it kind of gets going in the wrong direction. And so we hear this a lot from parents as what we might call low-hanging fruit, like they just didn't know. And once they're in a parenting class and they understand that if a child is hungry and they're 3 years old and they're in a grocery store, they might not be patient and they might keep trying to climb out of the grocery cart. And if you kind of punish them, they might then misbehave even more, which will require more punishment, and the parent also feels bad about it and is stressed, and the child is not happy either. And that this cycle can kind of go on. But if you learn a few techniques for, maybe making sure your kid has a snack and maybe having a softer way of dealing with, really difficult behavior in the grocery store, the child eventually learns to behave better, and you don't have the stress of a child misbehaving and a loop of punishment that isn't actually helping. So that knowledge of how kids kind of operate, basically the operating manual that we never get. And then lastly, the social and emotional competence of the child. And what that means is partly just age, right? That the older a child gets and more verbal, the more protective they are. So 7-year-olds can sort of get themselves out of a bad situation, or maybe find some food on their own if their parent isn't, able to feed them. Whereas a 3-year-old is not going to be able to be as protective of himself or herself. And also some kids have higher needs. We have children with special needs. Some kids are maybe a little bit more challenging to parent because they're not, they may have ADHD or autism. My 2 kiddos have ADHD, and things that work easily with other kids and other parents has never worked as well with mine. So those kids, that can be a little bit more challenging to parent. So the kid also, where they are developmentally does impact the risk of child abuse and neglect. So those are the 5 protective factors. And what we wanted to do was show you a video, and you're going to hear a little bit more about how we have put out resources on our Get Parenting Tips website to help professionals who are working with parents, and also just help parents looking for resources better understand how they can parent well and how they're not alone and how it's normal to get stressed. It's just how you handle it that matters. So if you could play the video, I'll stop talking.
When we first got together, we had 13 total. Corey and I met at church. And I just casually asked, like, how many kids do you have? And when he told me, I was like, me too. When we first got together, we had 13 total.
I got married at a pretty young age. I got married when I was 19. I got pregnant 2 years later with the twins. When I found out that I was pregnant with Travis, I was so overwhelmed. But as a new mom, I knew that it was going to be so important for me that my kids really felt loved and felt safe.
I believe a safe and loving environment is full of love, hugs and kisses. But I also believe it's a place where exchanges happen that are healthy. And it's a lot of I'm sorry's from us as adults. Because, you know, we as parents make mistakes.
I'm 22 years old. I'm a single mom of 2 girls. Their dad is super involved. We just recently split up. When our first daughter, she was about 6 months old, I found myself getting really frustrated with her, actually. And so I would reach out to the mom groups on Facebook, and they taught me how to be a gentle parent. When your kids have big feelings like being angry or being sad, it's showing up with patience and kindness. They taught me you don't have to spank your kid in order for them to understand you.
As a new mom, I didn't really know too much about the developmental stages of young children and babies. The WIC program really helped me with checking in and making sure they were developing the way that they should.
I am a normal mom, and I worry a lot about stuff. Wait, how many words are in her vocabulary? She's past the 12-month mark. She's not walking yet. But I talk to the pediatrician, and she always helps to calm me down. She'll be like, no, she's fine. And I'm like, are you sure? I'm sure. Okay, thanks.
I learned a lot about teaching my kids communication through Any Baby Can. That was a really big resource for me. I verbalize a lot when they're upset, when they're angry, when they're sad, when they're happy. That way, when they are upset in moments, they're able to communicate that back to me. That to me is really important because I struggled with that even through my teens.
As parents, I think we tend to think that we set the tone for the safe space. It's like, no, it's a collaborative thing. Yeah. The children also should have part in creating the safe space. I believe it's important to talk to your kids because you want them to feel comfortable at home. And if they're feeling comfortable at home and advocating for themselves at home, you feel reassured that they're doing that outside of the home.
I try to find moments here and there where I can communicate with my kids. If we're walking, if we're making dinner, it's an opportunity to just let things come out. And for me to really listen. We talk a lot, we communicate a lot. There's always something to discuss.
Great. I just love these videos because we really have focused on just getting real parents to talk about real issues. And I think one of the big illustrations of like the history and where we are now, I started in this job or version of this job, it's changed, but 10 years ago. And at the time we were really talking downstream about parents who had maybe already abused or neglected their children and sought help and learned new skills and reconnected with their children. And those are amazing and moving, and we're always want to celebrate those parents who have had a rough time and those children who get to be reunited with parents. But what we learned is that the more we talked about preventing child abuse and neglect in that way, the more parents who were just starting to struggle or who were just new parents and overwhelmed, we were missing that opportunity because it didn't identify or shouldn't identify as necessarily someone who'd already abused or neglected their child or someone thinking about abusing or neglecting their child, but really just as a normal parent. And that we wanted to reduce the stigma. We wanted to encourage help seeking. And so we've really moved toward talking about parenting and the stresses. It's just something we all any one of us parenting, or even if being an aunt or an uncle or a friend to helping someone with parenting. None of us are ever 100% sure, and we all hit road bumps. And you'll see this is a theme in my presentation, and because that's what we want is the prevention programs we fund, and also all the other wonderful resources out there for parents that they might access outside of the programming that DFPS funds. That it's just very compassionate and supportive, and doesn't expect a level of perfection from parents or kids. So I hope you see that in the tone, and I hope you appreciated that video. So let's back up and talk a little bit about the history, or that's what Covenant Children's and the wonderful people organizing it asked me to do, is sort of where were we 10 years ago, and where are we now, and where might we be headed? So backing up, when I joined in 2013, the prevention movement was, on the next slide, or I think the next two slides, you can see child abuse and neglect prevention had already been a big part of both the agency and also a lot of work at the community level. And I know Parenting Cottage, for example, and Carla Olson as its fearless leader had been doing a lot of great work in Lubbock, and there had already been a lot of investment in prevention, and there was in fact already in statute a prevention and early intervention division. This statute, which I'm not going to read, but it basically establishes the prevention and early intervention division, and it directs the agency, Department of Family Protective Services, in the responsibilities of that division, which is to plan, develop, and administer a comprehensive and unified delivery system of services, and make those services responsive and effective and accountable. So that there was already a law, there was already a division. It was a smaller division, kind of nested within the purchase client services or contracting arm of Child Protective Services at the time. I mean, organizations are always changing, and at that time it was a sort of a set of contracted programs, sort of as a one of many other types of services, and in the Child Protective umbrella of the agency. And around that time, the agency was under, as well as its sister agency, Health and Human Services, was under what's called a sunset review, which is there's a sunset committee, or a sunset agency, commission, something like that. I should know better as a longstanding state employee, but the point of this state agency, the sunset agency, is to come in periodically, usually every decade, and review an agency and whether it's still, the need for the agency still exists, and if it's still organized and operating in a way that meets that need. So it's a very helpful process for the taxpayer to make sure we don't have, too many governmental agencies working on issues that no longer need addressing by the public. And the DFPS went through this process, and advocates really engaged and expressed their concerns about the prevention work being maybe not as elevated or as central to the overall mission of protecting children and families. So on the next slide, you can see the Sunset Commission produced its report in July of 2015. And that would be the next slide. And their issue number 6 was all about how the agency should elevate the role of child abuse and neglect prevention, and also use better data and better evidence-based programs. And in fact, scanned the Sunset Commission. There you go. It's a commission. It scanned the other parts of state government and found other programs that were supportive of parents, and proposed sort of a consolidation of like programming. And that included the Texas Home Visiting program at Health and Human Services Commission. And I'm going to talk more about that. We're going to get into the kinds of programs that we fund that support child abuse and neglect prevention. But this report really highlighted focus on prevention. And at the time, there was a new commissioner, Judge John Specia from San Antonio, and he also was really focused on getting upstream from crisis and wanted and saw child welfare moving in that direction and into not just being reactive and responding to crisis, but trying to prevent it from happening in the first place. So he preemptively elevated the Prevention and Early Intervention Division to report directly to him and pulled it out of this nested space. And then a whole bunch of things started happening, and it really launched a new era at least in this publicly funded work around child abuse and neglect prevention. So the other thing that Judge Specia did was create an Office of Child Safety, which reviewed every child abuse and neglect fatality, obviously the most tragic form of child abuse and neglect, and so that we could learn from those worst of the worst cases and develop prevention strategies around that. The legislature did merge the Texas Home Visiting Program with the prevention and early intervention work at the agency. And we created a strategic plan. And so on the next slide, you can see sort of this river analogy. Downstream, you have, our foster care system, you have our brave child protective services investigators and caseworkers rescuing children and making sure they're in safe places and getting the love and help they need and working with kinship families or working with parents to reunite with their kids. But upstream, you can see the prevention providers in your community trying to give swim lessons and issue life-saving equipment so that they don't fall in. And we really started collectively with communities and with parents and with academics and with faith leaders crafting this vision where all children are thriving in their families and in their communities, and kind of giving the agency and this preventative work of the mission of creating more opportunities upstream from crisis for parents to get the support they need, and so that children could stay at home. In the next slide, you'll just a few more data points. We did at the same time get quite a bit of additional funding to put into this mission. We created the HOPES program, or Healthy Outcomes Through Prevention and Early Support, which I'll talk about in more detail. And a new program to support our veteran and active duty service members, which have a unique set of stresses and needs and a culture that is better suited to their how they see themselves and what they need and what they've been through. I heard about the Period of Purple Crying. We have done a lot of work investing in finding out exactly in the birth hospital space how to best help parents with that small amount of time we have when they're brand new to their, to either brand new to parenting or at least just meeting their new baby for the first time. So that all was happening at the same time. On the next slide, you can see with all this work, we developed think tanks to try to tackle a lot of these issues and pull together our strategic plan. And, I'll just read this one testimonial that was at the time, kind of a culmination of a lot of this work and one of many examples like it. My son benefited the most from the program. The early education will put him ahead when he starts preschool and so on. The program also allowed more bonding and one-on-one time with my son. His father and I are married, but he works out of town during the week and comes home on the weekends. And when he does come home, him and my son would talk about his lessons. And this allows them to bond as well. So this is about a home visiting program. And we did hear that for those home visiting programs, what a lot of parents are really attracted to about these programs are that they're supporting their child's early development and success at school. And that is something parents care about. And again, kind of reminding us that nobody says, oh, I feel like I might abuse or neglect my kids. How do I sign up for a program for that? But rather more listening to parents, what do they need? What do they want? And crafting services that help them. And that's what some of these home visiting programs do. So, and also something I often forget to mention, but just want to make sure is clear, every single thing that at least PEI funds and that our community providers are providing are voluntary. This is completely separated from our child protective work. We don't really interact with the intake hotline or have much to do with child protective involvement. These services are all delivered by a community-based provider. Parents engage voluntarily. There's absolutely no connection to anything mandated, or it's really, the way we see it is that the parent and the child is the ultimate beneficiary, but really our client is the community, and we're just trying to provide resources so the community has the tools it needs to help its families. And these programs are part of that toolkit, and we'll talk more about that. I think the next slide is just a little bit more data about that Sunset Commission, and about how at the time that was a big theme, that the child welfare system needed a strong prevention arm, and that child welfare needed to not just be responding again, but be connected to folks helping children, not just through the PEI programs, but in all the ways parents get help. You heard that one mom talk about WIC. We know childcare centers can be very helpful. We know churches are an enormous place of support for parents. So it's not just about the programs that DFPS funds for prevention, but this bigger network. And that Sunset report sort of pointed that out, that the agency should be doing more to grow and collaborate with all the folks helping earlier. A little bit more history, and then we're going to get to, we're going to get to some current trends. We're going to talk about the programs, and then we're going to talk about the future ahead. But another thing that happened in the last 10 years was, again, this public health framework of thinking about child maltreatment as a public health issue, something that, and again, the information we know about adverse childhood experiences and how that may impact like adult health down the line because of how your body responds to stress, and how early traumas may impact later vulnerabilities to disease like obesity or heart disease or diabetes or cancers. And so given that framework, we collaborated with the State Health Department and with UT to build maps where we could see the risk at the zip code level of higher rates of child maltreatment. And this is similar to work that was being done around infant mortality and maternal mortality. And the risks looked very similar. So we took about 5 years of child abuse neglect data. So all the data we had on families who had been confirmed to have abused or neglected their children, and we connected it with a lot of other data about other things happening in the community, like employment rates and housing stability and the availability of childcare. And we weren't looking for a profile about an individual family. What we were looking for is what places, like what zip codes maybe had higher rates of things that correlated with child abuse and neglect, so we would know where we should put prevention programming, where families might be that had a higher risk of abuse and neglect just because of the context of their community, and what we know might contribute to abuse and neglect. And as should not be surprising, but like employment rates, high school graduation rates, and the availability of healthcare, all those things kind of correlated with higher or lower risks of maltreatment, depending on the age. There's different factors that contributed to abuse or neglect of like infants and toddlers versus school agers or teenagers. And And so these risk maps are launched. They were just recently updated with new data. And if you just Google UT, or actually there's a QR code on there and the link below, you can find the maps and you can drill down to zip code levels by age. And we really encourage the folks we fund to use that to figure out where to outreach and make services more available, or make sure parents know those services are available. So we started blending that kind of thinking in with how we were trying to tackle child abuse and neglect from the state level, and kind of help our communities do the same thing. And then in 2019, we had the statute required a task force of a variety of folks to come together and further the state's work. By this point, DFPS has Commissioner Hank Whitman at its helm. And there's a QR code to that task force report, which came out several years ago. And I'm saying this just because you're going to see this later, what this group came together, by this point, we've been offering some of these programs like home visiting and some of the things I'm about to tell you about. But we were starting to realize programs alone were not what parents either were seeking or needing. And it really was about how a community comes together, and that therefore the DFPS should focus on creating a toolkit to help other community members, like maybe the judiciary, like faith leaders, and others, to figure out their role in preventing child abuse and neglect, that we should explore other ways of financing the work through maybe a more localized revenue sources, that we should develop more of a framework rather than just fund services, but kind of really try to elaborate on what would be all the factors a community might need to consider coming together to prevent child abuse and neglect, and that we should elevate the early brain development, which is, the opportunity we have in that prenatal to 3 space to really impact a child's development and a parent's relationship with their child. And so one of the things that came out of that work on the next slide is, as you see, with so much focus on how do we connect earlier with parents and encourage them to seek help and give them the encouragement and compassion for seeking any kind of advice and not being ashamed to say, I'm struggling. We launched our website, getparentingtips.com, and partly to get a lot of the information out here that you're going to hear about, but also to help parents find the prevention programs we're funding. Even the name Get Parenting Tips was sort of informed by focus groups with parents. They were like, that's what I'd sit down and Google. So rather than come up with a cutesy name that we might like, we thought, we'll just call it what parents are looking for. That's what we want. We want to give parents what they need, and not what we necessarily want them to have. And so this website, which obviously you can find fairly easily, launched in 2020. It has a variety of video and articles. What parents also said is they wanted rich content. They didn't want just sort of glossy platitudes about parenting. They really wanted to kind of get into the nitty gritty, like, no, really, what do you really do in these difficult circumstances, and what are real parents doing? And that's what we've done, is really work with parents to create videos, parents talking to parents, and or professionals offering more detailed advice for trickier issues around parenting teens, or parenting children who have special needs. So there's a lot of content on there, and a way to search for the programs that we fund. And kind of rounding out kind of the history lesson, if you will, we have on the next slide just that we've just redone our other 5-year strategic plan. If you're really looking for some sit on the edge of your seat reading, but it is a really good way of laying out what we're trying to do. When I first joined in 2013, there was a lot of, a lot of questions about what is this prevention stuff, and how do you access the funding? How does the agency decide who gets the funding? What is it really all about? And so we've really tried to be very transparent about not just what we're doing and what we're funding, but what we imagine others can do even without our funding to be partners and collaborators in child abuse and neglect prevention. So that is just recently updated. And one of the major themes on the next slide, one of the major themes of our newer work, kind of that has been fairly new and is in our new strategic plan, is really involving parent voice. So it's almost like, think about it like, in 2013, it was all about these evidence-based programs. And that was all the hope and the hype was, we have all these home visiting programs, lots of great research. And that is still true. But then it was sort of like, parents want other things too. And we can't force feed or shouldn't, and certainly shouldn't force feed anybody programming that maybe they don't like or don't know about. And so also let's stop and listen, and not just listen, but really put parents more in the driver's seat in terms of crafting what we all want in helping kids grow up in strong, healthy families. So we have a PEI Parent Advisory Council made up of these amazing people you see on the screen. They represent not only from all over the state, but they represent a lot of different kinds of parents who have been involved in child protection, parents who have been in a prevention program, parents who are kinship providers, parents who are pastors and leaders in their community, all kind of coming together to tell us things like, if you put that website up there is no way I'm going to click on it. That is not, I'm not interested in that. That just turns me off when you use those kinds of words. Here's what I'm looking for. And so that's been a really exciting and enriching new area of our work. And we encourage every community leader and all of our prevention programs to really put their parents or whomever they're serving, the youth in some cases, in a leadership role, and have them sit at the table and designing work with you. It'll be much richer for it. On the next slide, you can just see where these amazing parents are located around the state. It's a big place. We don't have we can't have someone from everywhere, but we do, we have as much representation as we can, given that we want a small group that we can gather in one room, and then we'll rotate these folks over time. We also have, because we do have youth serving programs, we also have a youth ambassador committee. On the next slide, you can see we have some of our youth in our programs who also come together and tell us what it's like to be a teenager these days. And you're going to hear more about that. It's not any easier than it ever has been. And there's new challenges as well. And as it's never going to change that we adults don't really understand what it's like, no matter how much we felt that way when we were young. So we really think it's important to have our youth guiding us, and can't really design youth programs without talking to them. It just won't work. So now we get to talk about these programs themselves. And before I kind of dive into the state level, I just wanted to quickly highlight who these folks are in Lubbock. Not that you don't already know, but you might not know their connection to DFPS. But the YWCA of Lubbock is our community youth development provider. I'm going to talk about each of these programs, but they're supporting youth leadership and youth enrichment activities. Catholic Charities Diocese of Lubbock is our family and youth success provider, and also operating our Kinship Navigator grant, which we'll talk about. Parenting Cottage, which I already mentioned, has our HOPES grant, our Healthy Outcomes through Prevention and Early Support for community solutions for parents of children under 6. And Texas Tech is operating the Nurse Family Partnership Program. And then statewide, we have the Big Brothers Big Sisters and the Boys and Girls Club at the state level funding. They get a state level grant to fund local chapters. And so that is another area of support coming into Lubbock County from that state level grant. So what are these programs and what do they do? So moving on to just talk about that in a couple of slides, we're going to start with our Family and Youth Success program, formerly known as STAR. So you might know this program as Services to At-Risk Youth, or the STAR program. But here's another example of where we talked to parents and found out a few things. One, no one wants to sign up their kid for a program that calls their kid at risk. So this isn't surprising. And then the other thing we learned is that people associate STAR, or the acronym STAR, with the STAR test at school. And then there's also there's a lot of things named STAR. So it wasn't as appealing to parents. And so we renamed it something we think is a very accurate description, which is a Family and Youth Success Program, and its service is really to help families and youth be successful. On the next slide, you can see just a little bit of data about this. I don't know how much you can read it on your screen, but our phase grants are statewide, and we do have a statute directing us to operate a program for services, and it lists a laundry list of what those services may include: crisis family intervention, family counseling, parenting skills training, youth skills training, mentoring, and advocacy training. And so we know here in Austin, we don't have the answers, and every community is different in terms of what it might already have available in other places. So we let applicants propose, and with justification, what they think that is needed in the community, what they'd be providing. We have $24 million a year to allocate to these statewide grants, and the average budget for each of our state grantees is a little under $1 million a year. And around the state, we're serving a little over 5,500 youth or families per month with this service. What I hear the most about our phase grants is, which you saw as Catholic Charities in Lubbock, is that in many times, this is the only place parents have found someone to just help them quickly and easily solve an issue, often with a child who might be struggling at school, doesn't want to go to school, has disciplinary issues in school, or a parent is going through something, there's been some change in employment or a grief or something just really hard to cope with, and folks are either yelling or fighting, or their child is going through being a teenager and has lost their connection to their parent, and everyone's really struggling and worried, and they go to their phase provider. People have an action plan, hear them out, help them with tools, and then lo and behold, less yelling, less stress, more connection, all the things we want to see, and also just the feeling that there's someone to help and that they're not alone. So that's our phase program. On the next slide, you can see the map just to sort of get a sense of statewide, who's providing it. And then you can see Catholic Charities, which isn't just servicing Lubbock, but the huge areas surrounding Lubbock County. So that is our phase program. It's one of our largest, and it's a legacy set of programs. On the next set of services that we are funding is our community youth development. We just talked about that. That's the YWCA for Lubbock. This is also required in statute. Here, there's a little bit more emphasis on also preventing juvenile delinquency, or really focusing on youth that are at risk. So we, again, use a lot of data to see where we have areas of the state, or particularly in zip codes where there's higher rates of high school dropouts or teenage pregnancies, obviously juvenile crime, because that's what our statute requires, but also other things that might be indicative of vulnerabilities. And the really cool thing about this program is it is very intentionally about bringing in parents and youth and making them leaders in designing the services that they feel they need, or the programming or enrichment that they feel the youth need in that area where there might be not as many resources as you'd see in other parts of a community. So on the next slide, you can see we do not have grants statewide. These are more localized and focused on zip codes, and the funding levels allow us to fund a good number of CYD grants, but not statewide level of grants. The next slide talks about our statewide youth services network, which I already mentioned. This is just, not just, but meaning these are grants that go to 2 state level organizations, Big Brothers Big Sisters and Boys and Girls Club, recognizing that those local chapters of those 2 programs are very helpful. It's also something parents tend to know about because they're, if they move, and Texans move a lot. And I think, we're a mobile community. Not everybody stays in one place forever. And when you go to a new community, you may not know the name of the nonprofit in that community who runs X, Y, and Z program, but you do know, or you've heard about Big Brothers Big Sisters or Boys and Girls Club. They're just institutions, and that makes it easier for parents and youth to access. But we also know that those chapters are funded very differently, and there might be well resourced in some places and very, not as much in others. And this state level grant allows that state level association to see that and distribute these funds where they're more needed at local community chapters. And we pay particularly for the mentoring component of these 2 programs. The next slide just shows you, it's not very, it's kind of funny. It shows you that it's statewide because we don't really have a county level map for that. But the next set of programs we wanted to talk about are programs that have the first phase and CYD and SISN are all a little bit more youth focused. Our phase providers can provide services for, some of them do provide services for families under 6, but others don't. So they have to provide services for kiddos 6 to 17. But these services coming up next are really for the 0 to 17 age range. So it's not as much about the age of the child as it is about just a family and what the circumstances they may have. So and we've learned a lot about how this is, not every family is the same, and not every parent has the same set of needs. And to illustrate that, the next set of programs I'm going to talk to you about is our Fatherhood Effects program. We have a huge heart for fathers in PEI, and there is so much research and data about the importance of fathers in kids' lives and how much better children do when their dads are engaged and involved. And it doesn't have to mean they're necessarily living at home with the child, but just involved in their lives. And yet dads, kind of approach services and approach parenting very differently and have very different needs and beliefs and values than moms. And we tend to, do a lot of focusing on moms. And dads can often feel, unimportant or as if it, they really just need to be a provider, and that's the end of their parenting. And that's the bad news. But the good news is that it doesn't take much encouragement to make them understand that they are much more than just that to their kids and to their families. So we do have a set of fatherhood programs that are specifically for dads. Not a lot. It's a small, we use our federal grant that we have. On the next slide, you can see where we do have fatherhood programming. And this is usually a combination of support groups or fatherhood groups work in addition to individual counseling or support for dads. Also involves a lot of fatherhood leadership. We learn dads like to be leaders and mentors. So this is, but we all, in addition to just funding this fatherhood work, we do a lot to promote involving dads in all of our programs, because dads can access all of our programs. And we do want all of our prevention providers to think really about how they're maybe silently not talking about dads or encouraging dads, and how they can really bring them in and elevate their role. So it's close to my heart, and it's work we're really proud of. And in fact, in June 1st and 2nd, we're having a fatherhood summit here in Austin to just focus on serving dads and on those on dad leaders and on our providers who really specialize in fatherhood programming. The next set of programs we have is our Service Members, Veteran, and Families program. Another thing I have a big heart for. I come from a military family. Texas has a lot of, we have obviously some huge bases and a lot of deployment, but that means people just also come in and stay and move around the state. We've learned our veterans and our reserve and our guard in particular, they're not always by the base. They don't always like to access services on the base, and they are carrying around with them a big burden of what they might have been through by just even being separated, perhaps through a deployment, or we all know a lot about the stress of having been in combat, but also that they're part of a community that they really value, and it's hard maybe to feel seen or heard or supported outside of that community of the military families, but they're also a sort of a trepidation about accessing services from their base, or they just can't access them because they've moved to another community. And that's what our service members, veteran and family programming is for, is to really provide them support as a family from someone that's walked the walk and who understands how it might be different, for example, to be the parent of a child who is autistic. We hear a lot about this, like a parent of a child who's autistic is going to especially struggle with a deployment because it's a change in routine. They're going to miss their parent. When the parent comes back, it's hard to reintegrate. You've got the needs of also the parent who has stayed behind, and just someone who's really compassionate about supporting a family through that. So we have, again, it's a small set of programs that we are able to fund. On the next slide, you can see where they exist near some of our bigger base communities, where we have, Fort Bliss and El Paso, Fort Hood and in the Killeen area. We've obviously got Joint Base Command in Bexar County. And then we also have services in Corpus, where there's a naval base. And then in Montgomery County, where we have a high number of veterans and Reserve and Guard families. On the next slide, we're going to move on to our programs for young kiddos. We talked about the Prevention Task Force wanting to elevate their early brain development. We know so much about the first 3 years prenatally and through age 3 is a rapid time of brain development, but it's also just it's also a time of vulnerability for mom, for postpartum depression and interpersonal violence, and it's also a huge time of opportunity to bond with your baby, where you have sort of science behind you to promote a lot of bonding and nurturing, but lots of things have to go right and lots of things can go wrong. And so it's a huge area of investment. It's also another reason DFPS is focused so much on the 0 to 5 population. I mentioned Judge Spicia had created that group that looked at all the child abuse and neglect fatalities. Over 80% of those of children who are killed from abuse and neglect are under the age of 3. So it's because it's such a vulnerable time, it's just such a hard time. Anybody who's been up all night long with a crying baby knows that. And so it's a hard time to parent, and it's also a very vulnerable time to be a human being or a tiny baby. And so it's when in 2013, almost all the programming was around youth. And that was sort of more of the focus of the agency. And this has been one of the biggest shifts I think in the last 10 years is really boosting the amount of support and programming for brand new families, starting with pregnancy and moving into those first 3 years of parenting. And this was Judge Spicia, or Commissioner Judge Spicia's vision at the time. Was he came from the community. He was a judge in San Antonio, and he knew that the community would better know what it needed. And that rather than us just funding a program, he wanted to fund like a community level grant that every community could craft to meet a different set of needs. And that is the Healthy Outcomes through Prevention and Early Support set of grants. It has a huge menu of options. Every HOPES grant is doing something different. So in Parenting Cottage, you have a great leader and a great set of programming in Lubbock. On the next slide, you can see where we have a good, healthy number of grants all over the state, and they are doing everything from you've got postpartum depression screening in hospitals. You have perhaps someone funding a teen navigator in a high school, if that is an issue happening in the community and a need that needs to be met. We have some folks who are really doing a lot of fatherhood work with young parents in other parts of the state, so that you can get a sense on the next slide of that. it's hard really to, as a state funder, to fund a wide variety of things because it's hard to decide how to evaluate it. You can't compare it. And how do you finance it all differently? But we're really committed to just allowing a different approach everywhere. You can see even in the kinds of folks offering this programming, a huge variety of, you have not amazing nonprofits, you've got some local mental health authorities, you have some hospitals in some places. A few of our providers are also operating their domestic violence shelters. Some of our providers are substance use treatment providers. Several are also offering our early childhood intervention program for children who have developmental delays or disabilities. So it's just a great collection of community leaders all coming together to find ways to help families of young children. We're very proud of it, as you should be, of your HOPES grant in Lubbock as well. On the next slide is our Texas Home Visiting Program. This is a federally funded grant specifically for home visiting, and it is there's a lot of excitement behind this sort of grant because there's a lot of growth, and we'll talk about that in a minute. But for right now, our maternal, infant, early childhood home visiting, that's the federal grant, is funding 23 different grants. There's around 21 million in federal funding for this program. And home visiting is the most intensive and probably the most expensive type of programming we fund, where a professional will connect with a parent and visit their home and craft a curriculum or just a set of supports and education and maybe referrals and navigation to needs, or just help a parent, with preparing their child for preschool. It's a huge, early learning is a huge component in a lot of these home visiting programs. The next slide is just where our grants are located around the state. And you can see Lubbock doesn't have a Texas Home Visiting grant, but it does have, you'll see in the next slide that there is we have a Texas Nurse Partnership Grant, which is it's like a nesting doll, right? Texas Home Visiting has a lot of different models, like Parents as Teachers or Healthy Families America or and Nurse Family Partnership. And then we have a specific set of grants just for Nurse Family Partnership that our state funders fund independent of that federal maternal infant home visiting grant. NFP is probably our most intensive program. It involves a nurse being connected to a first-time mom during her pregnancy. If she has already had her baby, it's too late for her to enroll in the program. If she has already had a child before, even if she enrolls when pregnant, she's not also qualified for the program. It is only for a first-time mom before her third trimester, and then the nurse visits with her and then her baby until that baby is 2 years old. So it's very intensive, very supportive, amazing program, and you are lucky to have Texas Tech running it for you in Lubbock County. And if you've never, I almost should have brought, there's a video of it. It's called the Lone Star Nurse, and it's Port Arthur or Beaumont nurse who you get to travel around with her for about 10 minutes as she visits these moms. And it's just the most moving thing to see, just because it just exudes compassion for young moms and who are starting out, and how many moms we have out there that really have so much less support than those of us who already found this work really challenging, but and who just need that extra help making it as a mom and loving their baby. So that's our Texas Nurse Family Partnership Program. We already talked about the maltreatment risk map, so I'm going to skip over this a little bit. I just encourage you to go check out the information for Lubbock and kind of dive into it, because it's really interesting to see how what is correlated really with the risk. But I want to get to a question I was asked to speak to, which is how do we determine the funding for these programs and how, and this is one of them, like kind of what is the risk level, but kind of how do we determine how much prevention funding does Lubbock get versus other areas of the state? And first of all, let me acknowledge this is by region, so it's not so much Lubbock specific because that would have taken a lot of time to go through. But so the region 1 is, as I'm sure you know, also involves Amarillo. And I realize that the Panhandle is enormous. My husband's family is from that area. So it's this kind of reducing it down, but Texas is a big state and we do break it down into 11 areas. And so you'll see that in this fiscal year that we're in, of the 100 million or so we have in grant funded programs that I just went through, Lubbock is receiving a little over 5 million, or about 5% of the state's prevention programming. If you look at a few different metrics, that we look at to determine whether that's appropriate. Child population, it's a little bit, 5% is a little bit more than the child population represented in Region 1. So Region 1 has about 3% of the child's population. You can see, I mean, it's not surprising, but the Metroplex and the Houston area have the predominantly high parts of the child population. So another metric to look at is the number of abuse, neglect, or victims relative to the state. And that also, you should, I guess, everyone's fairly close, right? It's somewhere between 1% and 2%. And so the funding is also right. Where Lubbock is a little bit higher is the confirmation rate. So you do have a higher confirmation rate than some other areas of the state, and that kind of balances to bring it back up to around 5%. But you can see some of the challenges. We're a growing state. We have a booming child population. That is not true in every other state in the country. We only have so much funding. And we do realize that while there's urban density areas that have a lot of kids, they might also have more resources and they don't have as much geography to cover. And there's a different type of scaling. And we try to get better and better at figuring out the financing. But we did want to share that with you and sort of see where Lubbock falls relative to the state in terms of funding. And then just on the next slide, you can see, I skipped over the pictures of the maps, but again, there is a little bit there on our risk maps. It does appear that the Panhandle in general, not just Lubbock, but it does have some higher risk levels. And you can see some of the zip codes that in the Region 1 area that have higher risk than others. But again, just to give you a sense of what you can find out on those maps and recognizing that there is some higher risk, which is why I think you get more funding than just what is representative by the child population. So let's talk about what kind of moving ahead, what maybe we should be thinking about and is due for the next decade of child abuse and neglect prevention. So we'll start in the obvious place, which is our state legislature is convened and meeting, and there are elected officials, and there's some of the bigger, they craft the funding and the direction for the work that we're doing. And so just some things that are, I mean, obviously still in motion. There is a couple months left in the legislative session. So this is just what we're tracking and wanted you to be aware of. Every legislative session, the agency does put together its request for funding called the Legislative Appropriations Request. On the next slide, you can see in the blue column that that the agency did request a historic investment in prevention. In past sessions, we felt that the work was still kind of ramping up and taking root, and it's hard to hire and scale up. But this session, we felt that there was definitely both the need and the ability to grow the prevention programming. And we requested from the legislature a little a little over 44 million per year for increases to our community development program, our family and youth success program, our HOPES grants, our Texas Home Visiting program, and our Nurse Family Partnership program, and then a little bit of funding for some activities I'll talk about in a minute that are more at the state level. Now, this is always just our request of what we think we can do and what we think would be beneficial. It's not, and when it comes to prevention, because it's voluntary, it's not so much of a need or a crisis. It's more just a recommendation based on growth and where we think the benefit would be. So far, both the House and the Senate have considered and debated those the entirety. I mean, I don't know how those folks do it. It's so much to consider across the state, and there's water needs and public education needs and property tax. So, I mean, kudos to them in making all of these decisions in a short amount of time. And what decisions we know are public right now is that the House of Representatives, they chose and voted to fund around 65 million in the biennium. So this would be the next 2 fiscal years, 24 and 25. And then they put on the potential table, which is called Article 11. So this is in the maybe column, the rest of our request for 22 million. So they said definitely yes to about 2/3 of it and maybe yes to the rest. The Senate voted to not fund any part of our request. And what that means is, I mean, with any bill or any funding decision, the House and Senate have to get together in what's called conference committee and decide between their two decisions what they'll fund. So that's what you see in the pink, which would be the final decision. So we don't know yet if there will be any increase in funding from the 88th legislative session, but it is still definitely possible. And we're just tuned in to see what the legislative body as a whole decides. And there may be, so depending on how much additional funding we get, we may just enhance or add to the capacity of our existing grantees through amendments. If we get a substantial increase, we may go into new communities. As you saw on our maps, there are places where we don't have some programming at all. So a lot left to be decided and to wait on, but this is a potential part of the future of prevention, is potentially some additional funding from our state legislature. The other thing, obviously, that the state legislature does is pass bills. So a few bills that we're watching that may impact the future of child abuse and neglect on the next slide are Senate Bill 24 and a companion bill, House Bill 4049, would transfer the prevention and early intervention programs and the staff, administering them to the Health and Human Services Commission and kind of rename the work as Family Support Services. So, I said 10 years ago, the Texas Home Visiting Program moved from HHSC to PEI. This is not unusual for things to be, moved throughout time. Like we said, agencies evolve. So that doesn't necessarily mean any other changes other than a new agency home for the work and potentially a repositioning it, not as much about child abuse and neglect prevention, but more about supporting families. So that's one bill we're watching. Another one is House Bill 2237, also as a companion, would create a Child First Grant program. This is another evidence-based model that is, I think it's administered in partnership with the Nurse Family Partnership Office, but it's more for families involved in child welfare. And it's more therapeutic and based in trauma. So instead of a nurse, it has like a mental health clinician offering intensive home visiting services to families. That is, so we're watching that bill. Senate Bill 54 and House Bill 1680 would make it clear that minors can consent to a home visiting program. So we do have teen parents. A lot of our home visiting programs serve teen parents, and it's a great set of supports for teen parents. And the law allows teenage parents to consent to services on behalf of their child, but it's not as clear that they can consent on their own behalf. And this just clarifies it so that folks operating those services understand more what kinds of consent they need to get in order to provide a home visiting program. Senate Bill 609 creates a voluntary statewide home visiting program. This is a little bit like, think about Period of Purple Crying, I think, or all the hospital birthplace work, and sort of trying to extend that a little bit to 1 or 2 home visits postpartum. So that's a bill that would maybe create a new program. It would be operated though, and at least in the bill as it is right now, it would be operated by HHSC, so not necessarily with PEI, but still would have a support to new parents. And then lastly, House Bill 16. There's a lot of other bills, but these are just some we thought we would kind of illustrate, I think, some potential changes or future for child abuse and neglect prevention. House Bill 1667 was just heard last week in House committee. It changes mandatory reporting requirements and makes it it maintains mandatory reporting for professionals, but it removes the mandate to report from citizens. It doesn't take away the ability to report. It just removes the criminal penalty for failure to report. Texas is really only a handful of states that kind of deputizes any and every Texan to be a mandated reporter with a potential criminal penalty if they don't. So it removes that criminal Class A misdemeanor penalty. But again, not the ability to report. And then the other thing it does is it offers, even for mandated reporters, an alternative to calling the statewide intake hotline to report suspected abuse and neglect, and instead offers an alternative in those low-risk cases to calling a community prevention service provider and trying to seek help for the family rather than open an investigation. I'm going to talk a little bit about this. This is a sort of a national trend and a sort of shift in how we think about intervening and helping families in crisis. So that bill was heard very favorably and had a lot of positive testimony in House Human Services last week. So that's what's happening in the legislative session, just to get a sense of, clearly that's where a lot of our direction comes from, and we won't know until June what passes and what new direction we have from our state legislature. Some other things to think about in the trend of child abuse prevention. You guys have got to be tired of hearing me talk by now. I'm tired of hearing me talk, but I still have more to share with you. So this mandatory reporting on the couple of slides, this is really an interesting conversation that folks are having, which is rather than, as anybody who knows anything about mandatory reporting, one, it's a law and you have to do it. So that's one kind of theme that we've been living with for a long time. And I've been we're all mandatory reporters as citizens, but also as a professional when I worked in childcare. But it's been, for as long as I've known it, sort of if you suspect anything, call the agency and the agency will figure out what needs to happen. And there's been a shift of thinking like, well, maybe opening up a legal investigation of wrongdoing is not the best way to help a family if the child isn't really an immediate crisis and we're not even thinking there's been abuse, neglect, but we're just worried about the child or the parents, and we want to get them help. So there's a lot of rethinking about, well, how do we reposition this message about when to call and how to help a struggling family. So this idea of what if we believe that strong families grow out of strong communities, and that we think there's a shared responsibility for keeping families strong, and it's not just, well, that's someone else's problem and CPS can sort it out, but that maybe we all have a role in helping families be strong. And what if there were lots of structures to help parents and not just one that also had a very legalistic frame of, did abuse or neglect happen, yes or no? And if yes, then a lot of things you have to go in front of the court, and it's a pretty can be a pretty stressful experience for a parent, to say the least. And so nobody's saying we don't need child protection or that children don't need that kind of protection, but more just if we don't have to, if there's some other way to help the family when the situation isn't that dire, or there's other protective adults that can help and intervene, what else can we do? So that's a really, and I think part of that, and you'll see if you see in the flip screen, is on the flip screen. And the next slide is this new federal financing about foster care. So it's been 5 years already, but the federal government passed a federal foster care refinancing bill called Families First Prevention Services Act. And it, for the first time, allowed for the funds that have they've only been directed towards the payment of foster care, toward allowing those funds to also be paid to help the family and the child stay at home. Now, there's a lot of strings attached, but let me just spend a second on at least the concept. So I think the idea is, well, why, if we just, from a federal perspective, if we just pay for foster care, that's what we're going to continue to get as the response to child abuse and neglect, when we know the data says that the outcomes for children who have been placed in foster care are not great, and that children do better in their own homes. And it's also more affordable. So what if we shifted and allowed funding to also be used just to make the family's home as safe as foster care? And another way I've heard it presented is, what if we gave the family of the children as the resources that we then turn and give to a foster family, or that we then give to the child once they're in foster care? What if we just invested earlier and really tried to bolster the child or kinship, if they can't be with their own parents, and maybe grandparents or aunts or uncles? So there's definitely this shift in thinking, like, how do we not perversely only finance the deep end of the system, and how can we open up funding for more family preservation from the federal perspective? Now, but then of course the devil's in the details. So I'm not going to belabor this because it's a really complex set of funding, but it does allow states to invest in family prevention, and the federal government will match that investment dollar for dollar, or even a little bit more than dollar for dollar in the coming years. But it's only for a certain set of services that are on a clearinghouse. It's not just for anything like, we're going to help the family with housing, or we're going to help them get a car, or we're going to help them. It won't pay for that. But it will pay for services, a particular set of services that address mental health or substance use, or just support parenting, like some of the parenting programs that PEI already funds. And then and it is only for a set of a specific set of families that the state has determined are really at imminent risk. So it doesn't allow the state to try to claim dollars on just any family that might need help. It really is meant to be further down, like midstream, or right before the child falls in the water, so to speak. But I think the spirit of it is very indicative of the future of prevention, of trying to make sure that that what we're doing to respond to child abuse and neglect is not just create a rescue system where we call parents in, investigate, remove their kids, and place them in foster care, but that we broaden that to think about helping families sooner and keeping kids with their parents. The next thing I to illustrate both that, which is very much still the child welfare perspective, but also this even further upstream perspective, is a set of pictures that we developed out of that task force work group that illustrates our, kind of thinking after a decade of serving families about how many different kinds of needs there are, and how much helping families involves a really cohesive network of supports in a community that can look different, both for each family and for each community. But on the next slide, what you'll see is, again, that picture of a community. And we sort of started kind of as a group. We realized we were all wanting to kind of come up with the next big thing, which wasn't maybe just really expensive, prescriptive, proprietary programs, but maybe something that we could build just as Texans, that would be maybe a little bit more affordable and a little bit more malleable way to help families. And then we realized we're all talking about 8,000 different things. And we said, I think we need to just draw a picture. Sometimes we need to go back to kindergarten and let's just draw what we're talking about. And this is, and it's fairly simple, but it's this idea that all of us, if we're parenting children, or really even if we're not parenting, but just all of us use our community, and we need community. And we do that in a normal way, even without needing, not just in a, I'm in crisis, but just to get through day to day. We need, we need roads, we need our church, we need our neighbors, we use schools, we use the media to figure out what the weather is. we have our extended family that we support. We might need to go to the hospital or the doctor. So just sort of recognizing none of us are on the frontier anymore. We are all dependent on a set of community supports, and none of us need all of them, but some of us we each need some set of them. And then on the next slide, what you'll see is an illustration of sometimes people hit a road bump and they need a particular set of supports. You may have a family who has a parent, and one of the parents has deployed, would be a great example, or they've separated and all of a sudden they need childcare because somebody has to go to work and they need a job, or maybe they've lost their job and they just need some food to get through the job search process till they get back on their feet. And then you have, you can see on another example, you might have another set of families that they're struggling with. On the next slide, you'll see they're struggling with their teen becoming a teenager, and all of a sudden going from being the sweet kiddo to somebody who's mopey and moody and kind of having a tough time, and they might need their church or a mentoring program, or to figure out all of a sudden they're like, I guess I need to know about that counselor at school. I didn't need it before. So point being, every family, whether it's just normal bumps in the road or the kinds of crises that any of us could encounter. On the next slide, you sort of see another family, maybe they've just lost their house and they need some housing and they're really stressed out. And so anyway, we can go on and on. You can use these slides. They're available on our toolkit. So if you want to use them in a community to just sort of illustrate, every family is unique, and a variety of support networks are all helpful in supporting families. That at the end, what families need, in addition to a particular program, is someone who can help them navigate or find even the more appropriate place for them. And that we know that DFPS can't do all of that, and we can't fund all of that. And so we really, in addition to funding programming, we try to fund the kind of backbone work that can help a community pull together those supports and navigate families around a different variety of supports and services. And so to that end, on the next, you could just kind of keep going through these slides. We put together a toolkit that can be used for any community leader that really wants to sort of figure out how to get involved or take a leadership role in child maltreatment prevention, or for folks already doing that kind of leadership role to use to help others, bring others on board. So maybe you're wanting to bring your law enforcement on board, or your parks and recs, because maybe families need more parks, or your faith leaders so they can help you give a sermon on fatherhood and around Father's Day, and all kinds of ideas. We have a toolkit online to really emphasize that it's not just programs that families need, but they need a community kind of rallying around them and listening to them and building what parents are seeking. So the other thing that is on the horizon, or just sort of a newer body of work, I guess, in child maltreatment prevention, is our family resource centers. So as we've served families, we realized, again, our at least our prevention providers were having to spend a lot of work just making themselves known. And I think, I can imagine school counselors and pediatricians and ministers all trying to also keep up with all the different things that might be available to parents, and trying to keep track of what is out there and what services you could refer a family for. And family resource centers are sort of an answer to that in a place-based way. They're a place, like an actual place that families can go in a community. Their kid should be able to find a place to play, and the parents should find an adult to talk to. And then after that, it's really, they all look different depending on what the community's put together. But just should be able to come in and say, hey, I'm a parent, and I need some help and I'm not even exactly sure what I'm looking for, and kind of get connection to that. Sometimes it might just be, like letting their kid, just getting a break and letting their kid play while they recharge their phone and look for a job. So it's really a family friendly, like, resource center. That's why it's called a family resource center. And so there's a lot of excitement about these as just a concept to help better connect families to all the resources that we just kind of showed on that map. And the Texas Alliance of Child and Family Services is a partner with us in doing the support of these family resource centers, something we're making more available in the funding, the various programs that we're funding. So that's one thing that's sort of new and exciting. And part of, I think, the future of supporting families. I've seen in some areas, I've visited some in other places where these are mobile, or they're set up. There's a mobile van, or they, might spend Thursdays at the church and have a temporary family resource center there. So there's a lot of flexibility in this concept, but it really starts with, parents don't just need programs. Sometimes they just need help figuring out what's available to them and how to get to it. The other sort of newer work that we're doing that we encourage everyone to think about in terms of child abuse and neglect prevention, or supporting families and supporting kids by supporting their parents and family, is kinship support and navigation as something that's already happening in your community. So we think a lot about kinship providers as part of the foster care system, and they are an valuable and invaluable and incredibly important part of taking care of children who are not safe at home. And but way before child protection ever needs to get involved, we have kinship. We have grandparents and big brothers and sisters and aunts and uncles taking care of family all the time, without needing a child welfare involvement. And sometimes that's sometimes they have needs, and just going to a regular parenting program or a regular school counselor is harder for them. Sometimes they just need all the help with the legal paperwork. But sometimes they're like, I parented a couple decades ago and it's been a while, and I don't understand how the schools work now, and I don't understand how to help my grandchild with their homework. And they want help from someone who understands them as a kinship provider and not necessarily as the child's parent. So we're really trying to, just kind of like our supportive fathers and our supportive families are involved in the military, trying to make sure that we address all the different kinds of people raising children in ways that are unique and helpful to them. So kinship, I think, kind of seeing all of the non-parent parents out there raising children is a huge part of moving forward and supporting families. And what you're seeing on the map there is a few places where including Lubbock, where we're funding kinship navigation pilots and supporting exactly that. Both kinship providers whose family might be involved in child welfare, and kinship providers that are just doing the amazing work of raising their family independently, but need a little bit extra help. Another new part of child abuse and neglect prevention is, we talked about like maybe shifting the idea of mandatory reporting. And part of that is there's this sort of phrase like, how about we also have mandatory supporting, which is not, we don't really mean anything mandatory, but the idea is to have maybe a helpline that's more just about getting help, and not for parents themselves, but also for professionals who are like, this isn't abuse or neglect, but I know the parent is struggling and I want to figure out what they can, what I can maybe get to help them. And so we have started a parent helpline. It's kind of grown out of our youth helpline. And where we're helping to navigate families to services in a not just through a website, but with an actual person. And that's either via phone or via text or chat. So I think, and we've in fact, part of our request to the legislature was to bolster some funding and grow the capacity of the helpline to take calls. And so there's plenty of other places in the country where this is happening. And I think we're just trying to grow that infrastructure. So we have a healthy alternative to CPS and to the statewide hotline. Another new area of development is this Help Me Grow Texas framework, which is really housed more out of our state health department, but we're partnered with, and it's a particular model that allows professional organizations, or kind of like doctors, healthcare, schools, parenting programs, create a real network of referrals within the community for children under 5. So basically, it's a structure, an already built structure to do what we've been talking about for young kids, and have a real linkage system or referral system built up to support young children. So that's a framework that some communities have chosen to deploy across the state. And then another exciting development is Texas was awarded $16 million per year in a federal preschool development grant. Again, this is about strengthening the pipeline to school readiness and making sure kids have what they need so they're ready for school. And DFPS is receiving about 5.5, or PEI is going to have about 5.5 million of that per year to make available to our prevention providers. And lastly, I mentioned our McPhee reauthorization. We do have from the federal government an increase of about $8 million in McPhee dollars coming for home visiting, and by year 2029, a big match opportunity. So there will be growth in home visiting through this federal grant. And the last thing I was going to share with you, but I know I've run out of time, and are a couple of our videos, which you can watch on your own. It's just more of an illustration of the Get Parenting Tips video content that we have available for parents to emphasize. In this case, it's a social support network. And then the last one, the next one, which if we have any time, I'd play that one, is from our teens themselves, reminding us how hard it is to be a teen.
They say it takes a village to raise a child, and
it's I think it's hard to advance without playing the video. But I'll leave with this video, and just which I want you to check out. But this is just a reminder that our kids just really want us to listen. And as much as we think we know the answers, and believe me, I have a young adult and a teenager, and I'm certain I know everything that's better for them. They really just want our listening ear and our love. So I'll leave you with that.
I feel weird and awkward. I feel like that's just normal now that I'm a teenager.
This is a hard time we're going through. We're growing, we're changing.
There's obviously a lot of awesome aspects, but
I feel like school is one of the biggest challenges.
It's like really stressful trying to get good grades because I want to make my parents happy and my teachers happy. So it's like focusing on other people.
It's like you're never going to be good enough unless you only get A's. And if you get a B, well, then there goes your chances of life and being in college.
I've lost all motivation, to be honest.
You know, I wanted to be friends with the popular kids so I can go to the good parties.
When you see other people hanging out without you or doing something that you want to be doing, it's like, why can't I be there? Did they not invite me? Am I not good enough?
We get so caught up in like what other people think about us.
Why act some way that I'm not in order to impress people that I don't like?
I want to be accepted for who I am.
I compare myself to others, which I think is very unhealthy. Oh, well, I don't look like this girl. I don't look like this person. And like, we have different body shapes. I have pimples and they don't. It makes me feel like I'm not good enough.
I kind of hate to admit this, but it does kind of give me satisfaction when I see that I have over a certain amount of views or over a certain amount of likes.
It's like super addicting. I'll sit there and I'll scroll there for hours and just do nothing and be super unproductive, which is terrible. I hate that.
People can be mean sometimes if it's a certain person that has a certain power or amount of following, or that's really, you think is really cool, and they say something bad about you. It would really hurt your feelings.
Teenagers are definitely, they're mean.
When I'm bullied, it makes me feel sad, maybe depressed even.
I've always been on the bigger side, and I've experienced a lot of bullying from that. It hurts a lot, especially when you're at school, and for a lot of kids, school is their safe space.
If it's online, it's easier to report them or block them, but if it's in person, they tell you tell teachers, but when you tell teachers, they're like, it's just kids playing around. It's not cool. to bully somebody because it could make them feel really terrible, and it could like lead them to do very bad things like abuse themselves, and the worst is suicide.
Mental health is real. Just because, you know, someone's a 12-year-old girl doesn't mean they can't experience depression or anxiety. And I know from experience where parents will be like, well, that's just, you see that on social media, or it's a trend, everyone has that. But it's like, no, it takes a big toll on kids.
I think the parents should definitely be supportive. That's like the first step. Do as much as you can to help them follow their dreams.
Encourage them, be happy for them, support them.
Remind me of how good I'm doing and that they're proud of me. That would really make me feel good and motivate me to work harder.
Understand that school is hard. I think they should definitely accept their children for who they are. They should try and get to know them better, ask them questions.
Just be like, hey, like, I'm here for you. Like, whatever you need, I'm yours. I love you so much.
I feel like there should be much more patience with us. Just give us some time to like grow.
It's not easy being a teenager, and sitting there yelling at us, disciplining us all the time doesn't make it any better.
Every once in a while, I'd like to hear that they were wrong. I never hear that.
Being an adult and like approaching a teen, you definitely have to have an open mind. Dad, put yourself in my shoes.
My mom always tries to like help solve my problems when I just want her to really listen.
Mom, Dad, listen to me.
Listen to me.
Listen, please.
Listen, and don't like make their feelings feel less valid.
Just give us a shot and hear what we have to say.
Thanks for being here today, and I hope you have a great rest of your conference. Check out more on getparentingtips.com.
Thank you so much, Sasha. We enjoyed your presentation very much. We do have a few questions. So the first one is, will Lubbock's, Hope's, CYO, and Bay's programs be affected by Senate Bill 24?
I don't believe that they would. I think the intention is just that everything would be administered by HHSC instead of DFPS. So the funding is still in the budget. The grants are, when home visiting was moved to DFPS, we didn't disrupt any of the grant programs or re-procure anything. It just was administered by a different agency. And my understanding is that's entirely the intent of Senate Bill 24.
Thank you. The next question we have is, for a little bit of context, the participants that are registered for this conference today comprise of about 70% healthcare workers, with the other 30% being first responders and our community daycare workers and community members that support prevention efforts. If you had one call to action for our healthcare workers that typically see the children that have been abused, what would you suggest be the most impactful way to get them involved in prevention efforts?
The most impactful way to get them involved in prevention efforts. Well, first, I would say, like, you know, I told you I started out really just in my career, just wanting to protect the child. And I think that I can understand that intention, but I would first say just to remember a quote that I think about often, which was from an actual foster youth who said, "Don't save me from my family, save my family for me." So to the extent possible, try to involve the parent. I mean, obviously, if there's a child in extreme danger, you can't, you know, this is not possible. I'm not suggesting we can always do things in collaboration, but often if you can involve the parent or be compassionate about the parent and what they need, it is much more helpful to serve them together than to serve, try to help the child in isolation. But so I think that's really the call to action, is to remember that the best way to help a child whenever possible is to help their parent. And so I guess the second part of that would be to figure out where are those places in either your healthcare organization or in your community where there can be that kind of help for the parent, and not just a rescue for the child. So again, I don't want to discourage anyone from calling the hotline, but maybe even in addition to calling the hotline, if that's what you feel is needed, is to also engage some supports for the family as well. And because Child Protective Services often doesn't have any more access to those types of services than the healthcare organization already has. There's not, I think it's kind of maybe a mistaken assumption that there's a lot of additional services available if you open a case, and that's not necessarily true.
Thank you. We have a question in the chat asking where the videos from your presentation are located. Are they all on your Get Parenting Tips website?
Yes, and they're on the Get Parenting Tips website. And if their things are organized by age, and there's a picture for each sort of topic. And some are just articles, and in the corner of the picture will be a red video screen if it's actually a video. So to help find them more easily.
Fantastic, thank you. And the next is regarding reporting. Prevention efforts are amazing, but it's very hard to change the culture of reporting. Everything that may not be what the reporter thinks is exactly how a family should act: abuse, but neglect versus medical neglect, etc. In your opinion, what is the kind of number one way to start that shift in culture?
Oh, well, I think probably I don't really know, but I guess one suggestion I would have, and I do know these cultures are very embedded in the school system and in healthcare systems in particular with reporting, but perhaps just a conversation with colleagues. We did do a series with UT on mandatory reporting, and there's and I can send the link, but there's a 4-part video series, and one of them is a panel with just pediatricians talking about how they decide when to call and not to call and what other resources they use. There's also a series from our statewide intake hotline about kind of calls that they get that really don't need to come in. So we are also trying to develop better training. It's a very nuanced conversation, and I can understand why the decision might be to just over-report out of caution. But I do think this changing of even thinking what if it wasn't a law? What if they took out the mandatory report and I was just calling in things I thought needed a call rather than what the law says? Even if that, I'm not saying the law changes, but just to maybe reimagine what it might look like to only deploy child protection when you thought child protection was the right answer to the solution. So I don't know if I answered your question, but those are some places I'd start. Maybe also by making sure folks understand what actually happens when you call child protection and what they can and cannot do in the course of an investigation or helping a family. So folks, particularly healthcare is all about, diagnostics and the right medicine, and about not first doing no harm. So sort of just using that kind of framework, think about if you remove that mandatory report part and you're really just calling to help, what would that look like?
Thank you. We have one more question and then kind of a comment and clarification. So there's a comment saying that it's difficult that the programs seem to be centered in urban areas, especially with the need that we see in the rural communities surrounding us. And then another about the home visiting programs in Lubbock. Can you clarify the 2 home visiting programs that are available, and then any suggested future direction for expanding the services within our area?
Yeah, as I mentioned, there is the Texas Nurse Family Partnership Grant with Texas Tech, and then the HOPES grant with Parenting Cottage, and there's home visiting programs in both. There is not a Texas home visiting grant in Lubbock, and I really couldn't tell you why. I don't know if there wasn't an applicant in that procurement process. I think it was those were just reissued 5 years ago. Not 5 years ago, a year ago for the new 5-year period. And I don't know the specifics about why there wasn't a Lubbock program. But for future, I think look towards potentially increases in the state legislature and opportunities there for growth. and also potentially increases in the federal funding through McVie. Now, our federal funders are very specific about where we can fund, and we do have to have they look at that at our risk map and where there is more need than others. So we're a little bit more hemmed in there, and I'm not exactly sure where Lubbock falls in that, but I can kind of look and report back. When it comes to under-resourced rural areas versus urban dense areas, we're right there with you. We struggle with this all the time because we know there are places in rural communities that desperately need these kinds of services, and there's just not much of anything. So there's not other types of service providers. And I think the challenge is one that everyone has, which is, how do you scale something to reach an area where there aren't a lot of potential parents, and where there's maybe also not the labor force. I know there's some part, obviously not in Lubbock, but there's some parts of the state where we can't start a nurse family partnership program because there just aren't any nurses to hire. And then in the urban areas, you still have so much need. There's so many children and such a small percentage of the population being served. So it's just this tug and pull, and we want to be in both places, and we're constantly trying to figure out and make sure we're not overly incentivizing one over the other. Particularly, we know it costs more travel, more time involved in serving rural communities, and we try to be sensitive to that. So we don't have any one set rate. We allow for it to cost more or less, or have bigger or smaller caseloads. So we feel we're trying to be flexible. And a lot of it just comes down to we only have so much funding. And we're really under, there's every community can say we don't have enough prevention programming given how much we need. So we think it's fair, but we're always open to figuring out ways to make sure there really is a fair distribution of services.
Thank you so much. We appreciate your time today. We know you've been extremely busy with the state legislative session, and just appreciate you supporting our program and sharing your wealth of knowledge with us.
Well, I really, really appreciate it. And I'm going to get off as a presenter, but I'm going to become a participant, and I'm looking forward to the rest of it. So thank you for having me.
Thank you. And so we are going to take about a 5-minute break, and we will have our next session beginning at 10:45.
Hi, and welcome back. My name is Kim Williams, and I'm going to be introducing our first panel group discussion today. They're going to be presenting on the prevention in the South Plains area and the desired outcomes and tools. First, we have Carla Olson. Carla is the current executive director of the Parenting Cottage. Carla received her Bachelor of Science in Business and an Economics degree from West Texas A&M University in Canyon, Texas. She has over 2 decades of experience in operational management, including the delivery and nonprofit community service, particularly services delivered to at-risk and underserved population groups. She has experience in development and oversight of agency budgets, financial accounting, grant writing, state and federal grant procurements, administration of grants. Additional experience in assessment of community needs, development and measurement of program goals and outcomes, statistical and financial analysis and outcomes. Carla has previously served as the chair of the South Plains Coalition of Child Abuse and Prevention and is currently the chair of the advisory committee for the South Plains Coalition for Child Abuse Prevention. Carla has also served as either a board member or chair for multiple organizations, including the Smiles Foundation, the Junior League of Lubbock Advisory Committee, Advisory Committees of the South Plains Government 211, Texas Aging and Disability Resources Advisory Committee, South Plains Association of Government Regional Law Enforcement Center and Domestic Violence and Child Abuse Prevention, and the United Way. Carla has received the 2022 Cherish the Children Award, the 2018 Parenting Cottage Champions for Children Award, the 2002 Texas Hospital Association Excellence in Community Service Award, and the 2002 American Cancer Society Harold P. Freeman Award. We also have Cynthia Quintanilla. Cynthia is the current Executive Director of Catholic Charities of Lubbock, where she is responsible for strategic planning, fundraising, and grant reporting. Cynthia attended Texas Tech University and Wayland Baptist University, earning her bachelor's degree in business administration and later her master's degree in business administration from Wayland Baptist University. During her academic career, Cynthia was awarded the Texas Tech University Ethnic Committee Scholarship and the Celebrate Excellence Achievement in Business Administration from Wayland Baptist University. She was also on the Dean's List at Wayland University. Currently, she is attending the MAP studies at Catholic Theological Union. Cynthia participates in multiple outside activities, including being president of the St. John the Baptist Church Women's Ministry, secretary for South Plains Hunger Solutions Coalition, board chair for Hale County Housing Authority, treasurer for Boy Scout Troop 223, president of Sacred Heart Catholic Church Parish Council, and the chair for Sacred Heart Catholic Church Financial Council. And finally, we have Glenda Mathis. She currently serves as the Chief Executive Officer of the YWCA of Lubbock. She assumed that position in 2008 and has been instrumental in growing the organization to include many community service projects, including the prestigious Legacy Event Center, the JT and Margaret Talkington YWCA and Sun and Fun, and most recently, the YWCA on University. The YWCA of Lubbock is the largest social service nonprofit serving the Lubbock community and offers child care services for more than 1,200 children daily through the Head Start and Early Head Start and after-school programming. The YWCA of Lubbock offers more than 14 district programs, including child care and after-school program services, health and wellness activities, teen services, women health services, leadership, as well as general exercise fitness for the community. Under her leadership, the YWCA has brought many programs to Lubbock youth, such as Search Institute, 40 Development Asset Model, and the Lemonade Day. Prior to joining the YWCA, Ms. Mathis worked in education and child care services, where she served as the vice president and general manager of the educational group for Primedia Workplace Learning, and focused on developing the NAEYC accredited early childhood centers and workplace setting. Ms. Mathis is a successful grant writer and has produced several publications and videos on topics related to education, child development, and nonprofit management issues. She received her Master's of Education and Bachelor's in Mathematics and English from the University of Houston. In addition, education includes completion of the nonprofit executive program from the University of Notre Dame. Ms. Mathis was awarded the CFRE designation in 2017 and has been honored as a Robbie McGrew Champion for Children and the 2017 AFP Fundraising Professional of the Year and the Robert Duncan Community Champion Award. Please welcome our first speaker, Ms. Carla Olson.
Thank you, Kim. We're all three of us excited to be here this morning to be able to tell y'all a little bit about what we do, but also the outcomes that we've been able to achieve in the community. So all three of us are United Way agencies. We work together in other capacities. So it's nice to have my cohorts around me. We talk a lot about prevention, how we can work together, and how we can do other things. So you heard a lot from Sasha this morning, of kind of an overview from the state level. So we want to break that down a little bit for you and kind of get into the nuts and bolts of what prevention is. So one of the things that I think would be helpful to those of you attending is when you talk about prevention programs, that there are different levels of prevention, just as you know, you would see this in healthcare and everything else. We have different levels of prevention and different programs that address those. So there are three major types of prevention programs. The primary ones, primary, secondary, and tertiary. So, and these are all geared towards different needs. They're geared towards different populations, and not all of these would work in every setting. Most of the experts would tell you that if you're really doing a good job of addressing this in your community, you would have some of all of these programs. So primary programs are what we call throw a big net, throw a wide net, go out there and get everybody. So they're more the public service announcements type of programs. I know you may be aware of some like Safe Sleep, or there was one around hot cars called Look Before You Lock. Shaken Baby was one. So you'll see PBS public announcements about them. You'll also see where, but in other places, I mean, agencies like ours might help to implement them too, but they have a focus on parent education. If you watch this, you're going to get some parent education of what to do or what not to do. The second type of program got a little technical glitch here on our slides. Just a minute. Here we go. Thank you. So the second type of program, prevention program that we see is on secondary prevention programs. So back to slide. Secondary prevention programs are those that are directed at families with what we would say like potential or existing risk factors for, could be abuse and neglect or just other things. But what we're looking at in those is, you know, are they new parents? They don't know anything about early childhood development. So that a risk factor can be, it doesn't have, the risk factor doesn't have to be abuse and neglect. It's just that that family has some things that could work into other things if they weren't. It could be parent education efforts in a high school, a family resource center. So it can be lots of different things. A secondary prevention program can morph into several things. The third one area that we talk about is tertiary prevention programs. So this is going to be more of intensive services. So for instance, you can have programs that rope in both secondary and tertiary prevention into them, but they're more intensive services. They might be like some of the things that my agency does. It could be home visiting programs. It could be parent groups who are for parents who are already involved in the child protective services or adult probation or something like that. It can also include mental health services. So again, ideally, all three of these approaches are going to hit most of the problems that you see in a community. And we don't ever look at saying, well, one of these is better than the other. The next thing that we want to talk about is the outcomes, because if you listen to some of the things that Sasha had to say earlier, if you listen to the people who help fund our programs other than the state, they want to know what's going to happen if you do these. What is the outcome going to be? Do we know this is a good investment in the programs that we're doing? And so when we started looking at that, you go back to what is the science behind this? Why are we doing this? And why are what science-driven things are behind this to make it. So in 2000, there was a groundbreaking study by the Institute of Medicine and the National Research Council, and it was called From Neurons to Neighborhoods. And that was, when we say groundbreaking, that really opened up what prevention could do for these families. So that study identified three main elements that were critical influences on brain development in children. And their study determined that if these elements exist, they can influence the child's social environment, and then that social environment is going to affect their brain development. So what were these elements that were going to be needed for this child to grow up in the best environment and the safest environment? So one of those was early positive relationships with their parents, the caregivers that take care of them, and then that extended family and in the community. So they needed that early positive relationships with that. They also could detect that when there were abusive or neglectful relationships, that had a harmful effect on the children. And then early exposure to violence had an impact on their brain development. And, you know, we say in our work is children can't unsee what they have seen. So all of those things are factors that we want to make sure in alignment that it positively impacts brain development in children. So you heard, again, Sasha talk a little bit about protective factors. Well, these ladies and we talk a lot about protective factors and how we can build those in families. But, you know, just to get it down to what makes it work down in the trenches is a family that there is the presence of protective factors in that family. That means that they're going to, as we say, weather the storm. Somebody could lose a job, or somebody could get hospitalized, or the house gets foreclosed on, or so the family doesn't just crater and bad things happen in that family. They figure out a way to weather the storm, to go on, to keep their children safe and engaged, and they just keep trying to do it. So when we got to that place, then and looked at these studies, that caused the shift in prevention to go from, as Sasha referred to it, as upstream. Well, that's what we're saying, is that our only intervention with these kids cannot be after the abuse has occurred. We have to have, what if we know in these families there's this risk factors and we could mitigate those, then we wouldn't be doing a very good job if we didn't try that first. We shouldn't say to our children, well, we can't do anything to keep you from being abused and neglected, but oh, by the way, once you get abused or neglected, we've got some services out there for you. So just using that investment in the front end, and having that early intervention, and then that builds education, that builds community building. So this was a huge, huge shift from how it had been done before. So these 5 protective factors, if you just kind of look at them counterclockwise here, so you need those parents to be resilient. They can bounce back. They need to know something about early childhood development or the age of their child's development. They need to have some concrete support in place. So do they know where to go if they don't have food on the table? Do they know about the South Plains Food Bank? Do they know about housing authority? Or those are concrete supports. They need that social support too. So if they're having an extremely bad day, or they're going to have to work late, which they didn't know about that morning, and there's nobody to pick up the kid, do they have that network of relatives, friends, and other supporters that can come in and help them with that? And then they have to figure out that they can drive the social and emotional competency in their children, that they're strong enough to do that by themselves. So for the longest time, these 5 protective factors have been in place. And even our contract from the state, one of the big things they want to know is, where was this family at on the level of protective factors they had when you started with them, and where is this family when you finish giving them services? So that's always an interesting statistic for me to look at. I feel like it's our report card with that family. I can tangibly see. I'm not out there. I'm not the parent educator going out there every day and doing the home visits with the family, but I can weigh the value of our work when I see those differences in protective factors from pre to post services. Now we've added what we call the 6th protective factor. And this has come around, I would say within the last 5 years, they've started talking about acknowledging this 6th protective factor, which is nurturing and attachment. So that ensures that your children feel safe and loved. And I think that was always out there, and we just assumed it was happening. And so we needed to be able to put that on there and to measure that. But I think that, especially for the age of children that we serve, which are prenatal to age 5, that's an incredible measure for us to make sure, especially that the parents are connecting with that child from birth on or before birth, and certainly up to the time that they start school. Then we also look at something called ACE experiences. So that's an adverse childhood experience. Now, if you talk to people who may not work in the field so much, they're like, oh, everybody has those. Well, we're talking about something much worse than just what would be an average challenge in life. So that could be lifelong poverty the whole time that you're a child, family violence, substance use, mental health problems, multi-generational trauma. I know sometimes I look at some of the families that we serve, and I see the interaction between the parent and the child, and you can almost see that that parent is reliving their own trauma that they had as a child. And so they're carrying it on to the next generation. And those are the things we hope we can bring help with on that. But if we don't address these adverse childhood experiences, if we just leave them untreated and go, oh, well, they'll grow into adults and they'll be okay. No, they really won't. If you look at it from the perspective that in their childhood, they could have had the child maltreatment, whether it was physical abuse, sexual, emotional, or whatever it was. There could have been some family violence in their home, things like that. Then as they go into adolescence, Then you see them, the peer violence. Maybe they're having gang-related things. Maybe they're fighting, bullying at school. That's when you can see some suicidal behavior come forward. You can see some teen dating violence, even sexual violence. And then as that child gets older, calendar years he gets older, but we still didn't fix it. So as he moves into adulthood, or she moves into adulthood, then you see the generation of intimate partner violence or elder abuse. So we need to try and fix these when that child is, there's a saying in our world that it's much easier to fix a child than it is an adult. And that is absolutely true. So the other thing we have to look at is the intervention that we're trying to do, the prevention that we're trying to do, does that program that we're trying to implement meet the targeted population? So for instance, you've heard the term that a lot of the injuries to a child, a lot of the fatalities to young children are in that 0 to 3. So that is the reason why we want to do those programs with the younger children and the younger parents. So are we matching, does the program that we're implementing match the age of children, and does it match their parenting experience? So I concentrate a lot on new parents or first-time parents or teen parents, whereas these ladies may be looking at a different group of parents, and all of them, wherever they are on their parenting journey, have different perceptions about that and may have different knowledges. The other thing we have to look at is weighing the cultural competence of those parents. So how do those parents interact within their own cultural community? Are there practices in their community that shape their approach to parenting? So we have to look at all those things if we want to be successful in our efforts. We also want to, by far, utilize evidence-based programs. There's a big difference between evidence-based and just giving it a try and seeing what happens. So evidence-based is incredibly important. If you get state funding, as we do, that's kind of a criteria for that state funding, which I think is very good. There's a world of difference between programs that are evidence-based and those that are not. So evidence-based means that it's been peer reviewed. We've done 2 or 3 studies. We now have empirical evidence that this program will be effective, and that if I do what is required by that educational model, if I hire people with certain degrees, if I train them in a certain way, then if I have 10 educators, the product that they are delivering in the community should be the same for every one of those educators. So families shouldn't see a difference from one educator to the next, or if they move to a different city and My Parents as Teachers home visiting program is available, they should be able to see great similarities between the program they participated in Lubbock and one that they would move to another community to do. So there's lots of hoops to jump over to become an evidence-based program, but that is by far the best kind of services that you can deliver to families. So we're going to talk about 3 of the prevention programs that we have here in Lubbock that cover Lubbock County, and some of theirs goes past that. Mine sticks to Lubbock County. So my program is the HOPES program, which is Healthy Outcomes Through Prevention and Early Intervention. So we are a contractor with DFPS, so we hold a contract with them. We focus on parents with children 0 to 5, so prenatal to age 5. Cynthia works on through the PHASE program. She works with the next level of kids once they've kind of started school and gotten a little bit older. And then I think by far you've got the toughest group of kids. You've got the teenagers in there, are the ones that age-wise aren't quite into adulthood, but they think they are. So I'm going to stick with the little ones. I think that's my niche. So when we look at this HOPES program, I think the success of that program was because we had implemented other state programs, but I think one of the successes of the HOPES program was that programs used to for prevention was, you know, they would get together in Austin and do their test and their measures and whatever they needed to do. And they said, well, we're going to implement this across the state. Well, guess what? It didn't work as well in El Paso as it did in Dallas, and it didn't work as good at Lubbock as it did. So the HOPES program to me was the first one that came out and said, okay, you're going to have to offer some core services over here. But the first thing that we want you to do is go do an assessment of your community. And then you come back and figure out what it was you want to offer to your community. And, you know, we go in and competitively bid for these grants. So we had to come up with some things that we saw as issues in our community. So, but this program was also the first one that was, that they offered you a contract for more than 2 years, which is incredibly important. Otherwise, you're waiting. We're still waiting every year for the legislative session to decide if they're going to give money or not. But you could look beyond. If you're trying to build a program, you can barely get that done in 2 years. So these were 5-year contracts, and they said, okay, we're going to give you a chance to implement this and come back with what you say. So one of the we have 2 core services that we provide, which is the home visiting, which means we have an educator that goes directly out to that family's home and works with them. One of the big gaps in services that we saw was mental health services, particularly for maternal health, and then also for our kids. So we did subcontracts with Covenant Health and with UMC to provide those services, but it still is funded by the HOPES grant. And then we looked at what are the other issues in the community. One of those was kindergarten readiness, which was directly related to early literacy. And then one that we constantly saw in our work with families was just these first-time moms, new moms, Medicaid eligible moms that, you know, prenatal care to them might mean roaring into the ER door just before the baby got there. So we wanted to change that concept of what is important about prenatal education. So if you just look at home visiting models, there is more than one. We implement the parents as teachers home visiting model. So this one was started over 35 years ago, and it actually was started to address children kept showing up in the public schools in Missouri, and they were so far behind and so not ready for school. And so the concept was, well, we'll just go out there and work with those families a little bit before, and these kids a little bit before they get to school, and we'll solve this problem. Well, when they went out in those homes, what they found was, you know, there was a lot going on in those homes that was precluding perhaps that child being ready to go to school. And we had to deal with those issues before we could get to the school readiness. It is recognized as one of the most effective deterrents to abuse and neglect, and it provides both secondary and tertiary level services. So has 4 major components. So we have the personal home visits that we do with those families twice a month. Something that they parents as teachers refer to as group connections. So that's group activities that we do with the parents, sometimes just the parents and sometimes parents and children. The resource network is incredibly important. We have to, those parents are not going to listen to us if they're worried about how the light and the groceries are going to appear on the table tonight. So we need to, first of all, solve those problems so that they have the power and the strength to listen to us talk about these others. We also do a lot of child screening, so we know where those children are on their developmental, and if they're meeting their milestones as they should. But we also have some caregiver screenings or some parent screenings that we do too, that kind of helps them. So it also, if you could drill it down to maybe one thing, it's kind of like thinking of it in terms of it's developmental centered parenting. So we're going to focus on these outcomes of healthy births, nurturing and attachment. We want to make sure that they're going for their well checks. We want to make sure they're getting immunized if that's what their parents are in agreement with. We want to look at nutrition. We want to look at, is that a safe environment for that child from many different angles? What are that child's sleep patterns? Do parents understand how much sleep children really need? Can those children make those transitions from one activity to another without throwing a fit? Are there routines in the home? And then just teaching those parents ways that they can do discipline in a positive manner. So when we look at this and at outcomes that these programs produce, definitely when we were looking and making decisions about what educational model we were going to implement, Parents as Teachers is by far not the most cost effective in terms of it's going to cost you more to implement a quality program. But the research behind it and the outcomes that they were achieving were phenomenal. And that's what made us go with Parents as Teachers more than 15 years ago. And that's why we still do Parents as Teachers. But on a national level, they are the largest home visiting program in the United States. They are the largest home visiting program in Texas. They serve about 200,000 families annually, both in the United States and abroad, because these programs have been replicated in several foreign countries. We are the only Parents as Teachers affiliate within 100+ mile radius of Lubbock. And again, we hire degreed educators. They start off with backgrounds in human development, family studies, early childhood. I kind of tell them when I'm interviewing is, I need you to have all that knowledge, but I need you to be a social worker here on the side too. So, but they carry a pretty stout caseload, 25 families, and they're working with both the parent and the child. So that's a hefty caseload. And then they have to, before they start seeing families, they have to obtain 2 additional certifications from Parents as Teachers so that they can first serve prenatal to 3 and then 3 to kindergarten entry. So we're looking for about 7 different outcomes out of home visiting. First of all, to increase that parents' knowledge of early childhood development, to improve their parenting practices so they're positive. We want early detection of those developmental delays because that's when we can do the most with them. And if it's not something we can solve, that we're connecting them to ECI or some other service that will take care of that child's needs. We look at that family as a family unit. So we may only be working with one child or the oldest child or the youngest child, whatever the parent desires, but we look at them as family units and how can we lift that family unit out and help them solve their problems, become more self-sufficient. What's really great is that it is one of the most effective tools against child abuse and neglect. So it increases children's school readiness, their success in school, the overall family economic well-being. And these are the kinds of programs that will help strengthen and build community capacity, just like us introducing the mental health services. I think, if I'm not mistaken, our HOPES grant, when we first introduced that 5 years ago, was the first HOPES grant that was doing mental health services. So, you know, the next round of funding, somebody might say, hey, look at that group, what they did in Lubbock, and maybe we need to try that here. Again, these screenings, they provide all sorts of blueprints for us to work on with these parents. I like to look at the outcomes that are being achieved when you look at not just one small pool of applicants, but children that have been through the Parents as Teachers program. They're 5 times more likely to be fully immunized. They're more likely to meet and keep their well child visits. When we work with the parents, we administer and talk about postpartum depression and family violence. Again, working from this starting point of developmental parenting, then we can look at specific things that are happening with those children. So these children that are involved in Parents as Teachers program, they show lower rates of bottle feeding at 12, 24, and 36 months. They sleep through the night better. They demonstrate higher levels of self-control by the age of 36 months, which is throwing fits. Do they have that emotional awareness and can control their emotions and know how to, and that's That just happens with good parenting. We also look at, from the first time that we enroll them in the program, one of the first things that we're going to do is a needs assessment. And it's just sitting down and having that conversation with that family. Just, you know, what are the challenges in your family? Do you have economic challenges? Do you have, you know, maybe there's ways that we can help you. So we do that to begin with, because they're not going to be able to focus on parenting over here if these basic needs here aren't being met. So we want to know what they're struggling with, and then how can we connect them, and what's their barrier to being connected. They may know that there's food stamps or WIC or something out there, but they don't know how. They've got barriers to accessing that. Then we go about, you know, looking at that family and saying, these programs, all of theirs, just like mine, are voluntary participation. So what is it that they want to get out of this program? What do they hope to achieve in terms of goals or whatever? So, I mean, sometimes our goals are very simple with that family. Like, I'm going to make an attempt to keep all of my home visits for the next 6 months. I mean, that sounds like a no-brainer, but in some families, that's a difficult thing to do. Sometimes it's bigger things. Maybe they realize that if they had a little bit more education, or if they could have some more additional job training, then they could achieve more security for their family. So we help them work that goal out. What are the steps you need to take to get your GED? What are the steps you need to take to be able to access that job training? The kindergarten readiness is really something that speaks a lot to me. You look at these children, and, you know, from the time that they enter school, if they aren't grade level in their reading by third grade, there's not a whole lot we can do for those kids, because we go from learning the skills to read to implementing those starting in the 4th grade. So if you look at the children that participate in Parents as Teachers programs, 75% of them, of these low-income children that participate, they are rated as school ready by their teachers when they come into kindergarten. Even in our local level schools, we're not that good yet. But when teachers looked at from the national level at these Parents as Teachers programs, they said there's lots of indicators here that tell us these children have had some good coaching, like their emotional well-being, their fine motor skills, receptive language, expressive language, and just they are ready to come to school and function in that environment of school, which could be very different from home. The connection that the parents make to these efforts also. So, like, the parents are more engaged in their children's learning. They're more likely to read aloud to their kids. They take their kids to the library. They talk about what the difference can make in being ready for school to their kids, and they talk positively about school and reading and those things that are really going to be important to their families. I think one of the most relevant statistics is that Parents as Teachers families, when you look at them, they have a 22% decreased likelihood of child maltreatment, which is significantly lower than you can get with other solutions to trying to do that. But these children are much less likely to show up in your emergency rooms to be treated for injuries, and there are 50% less cases of suspected abuse and neglect. So the program is doing what we want it to do. On the community building part of this, as I said, we went through those community assessments. So we used United Ways, we used both of the hospitals, we used one from some foundations, and we took in the City of Lubbock Health Department, we put all of those together and look for the commonalities, and then look for the things that maybe our community was really, really struggling with. So the mental health was a huge issue for both children and parents, but you know, I can only go at it from so many angles, and I'm only going to get so much funding. So because this was the focus of the age of families that we were going to work with, we focused on that maternal mental health. We worried about the women whose, you know, their Medicaid insurance ran out or whatever, and they might not even realize what postpartum was, or that their benefits were gone before they'd have a chance to go back to the doctor. And that's a risk factor for both parents and the children when you look at that. And then, of course, the availability of providers for children was almost non-existent. So when UMC opened their children's behavioral health clinic, that was going to be a great partnership. So we could cover both ends. We could cover the moms, and we could also cover the children. The prenatal education, as I mentioned to you, I think that's extremely important. This is, one of my favorite things to do is to read the feedback surveys that are after each class, where the parents kind of tell us again, how do we do with this, and what did you learn that you didn't know when you came in? And you know, for so many of them, they've never heard of postpartum depression. They've never heard of safe sleep. They're not, they kind of get their eyes opened with, hey, this is exactly what it's going to be like caring for a baby. What shaken baby is, a lot of them don't realize that. So we try and encourage, we offer it during lunchtime, so it's easy for parents to run over there and take the class. We like both parents to come. Sometimes it's only one, but they earn points for attending the classes. And then through our partnership with Texas Tech Health Sciences Center School of Nursing, they run the NEST. And so they can earn points and then take those points and go over there and redeem those for baby items. And then early literacy, again, as I said, that's so very, very important. So we, again, formed collaborations with all of the libraries that are in Lubbock County. So there's 4 in Lubbock, there's Wilford, Slayton, Shallowater, Idalou. And we go in there monthly and provide story time events for them. So there's going to be a learning activity and a story time. But the difference in ours, I think, is if you've ever heard one of my educators read a story, you would sit there as a parent and go, okay, I need to learn to do that, because they read stories different ways. They don't just sit down and open the book and read the words. They encourage the child, you know, the whole time the book is being read. And, you know, that the outcome that we're looking for is for, yes, for the children to enjoy the story, but for them to learn that these are letters. These letters make words, and these words make sentences, and that's how you're going to learn to read, you know. So they pick a different book every month. What's nice is those families get to go home with that featured book every month. So it starts to build that process of a home library, and reading's important in our home, and we're going to do a lot of it. Just the last statistic that I wanted to show you is one of the things you have to remember about state funding is that it covers some, but certainly not all of the expenses that are related to that. So all of us that are competing for these state contracts to get the funding to our home, we still have to have support in the local community. So for instance, my state funding only covers, I would say, 70 to 75% of the total program cost. One of the things that it does not cover is what we call G&A, or general and administrative expenses. So I have to have a facility to have all this staff in. Well, guess what? They don't pay for that. They don't pay for the insurance I need, the utilities, the internet, the computers. So all of those, I mean, when I look at mine, I've got another $100,000 attached to the HOPES program that they don't pay for, that we have to do that on the local level. So we get some funding from United Way. They support my home visiting program, but a lot of it comes from private donors in the community, or that are my board members do a great job of fundraising. But state funding is very, very important, because they're the 75%, but they will never, we will always have to do something on the local level to do that. So you can look at this slide and kind of see our home visiting program serves somewhere around 140 to 150 families, and that's just funding restricted is what causes that. But we also we serve those families over an appreciable period of time. So if you think about, we're seeing them twice a month, the average number of encounters they get is 28. Our mental health services between these two serve around 100 families, and that just depends on how many encounters they need to have with their counselor. It's been averaging between 3 and 6. Our prenatal education program serves 50 to 60 moms. That could be easily expandable with some more money. The early literacy program last year, the attendance at those events was over 3,000. Parents and children came to those events at those libraries, and we were able to distribute almost 1,500 books in that setting. So that's a little bit about what we do. Cynthia, I'm going to let you jump in with the next age of kids.
Thank you, Carla, and thank you for your partnership with Catholic Charities, and the same to Glenda as well. So I wanted to start with some local statistics, and according to Lubbock Area United Way, in 2022, almost half of the families in Lubbock County struggle to afford the most basic necessities. In addition, almost 1/3 of those same households in Lubbock County have to dedicate more than 30% of their annual income to cover housing costs. On a national level, Texas is ranked 6th from the bottom in overall child well-being. From 2021 to 2022, the top 3 needs for families were housing, utilities, and food. And these are a lot of the things that we see at Catholic Charities because we try to address the needs of families, in particular, those basic needs. So going back to the protective factors, yes, that is definitely something that we are continuing to concentrate. And as Carla shared, you know, these are all encompassing. So everything from parent resilience to the knowledge of parenting and child development, social connections, the concrete support in times of need, and the social and emotional competence of children are all important protective factors. And as proven by research, it helps the family increase stability. It helps boost a child's development and helps to decrease the child abuse, the likelihood of child abuse and neglect. Catholic Charities FAYS program works with families to give them the skills they need to build up their network of social connections. Our FAYS program also helps those families who are under an unusual amount of stress by not only providing skills building and counseling, but also by connecting them with the vital support in times of need. Some of those needs like rent, utilities, prescriptions, eyeglasses, clothing, food can be addressed through our direct client assistance program. And if we're not able to help in that area specifically, we have several community partners that we can refer to as well. So a little bit more detail about our FAYS program. Our Family and Youth Success Program is actually the largest grant-funded program within Catholic Charities. We receive more than $1 million to provide services through FAYS, through our National Family Strengthening Network, and through our kinship programs. That is more than 1/3 of our total agency budget. The FAYS program focuses on providing short-term skills building and counseling. We serve Lubbock and 29 rural counties in this area of West Texas, so we have a vast amount of area to cover. The youth ages in our rural areas are 0 to 17, but our youth ages in Lubbock are 6 to 17 because we do partner with Carla and her staff, since they already provide to 0 to 6-year-old, 5-year-olds. Clients and their families have up to 180 days of services, and that is based on a fiscal year which runs from September 1st to August 31st. Clients can receive sessions each week based on the specific type of session. So it could be an initial intake that we're doing with the family to set a plan of action. Could be an individual session, or it could be a family session that includes all family members. Referrals to the program can be initiated by the client themselves, by a parent, by the school, by a judge, by community partner staff, by CPS, by health providers, by essentially anybody who is working or knows the youth. An online intake form can be found on our website at cclubbock.org. And a Catholic Charities counselor can also be reached in person or through our main phone number, which is 806-765-8475. And we also have a 24-hour crisis hotline. That number is 800-530-4704. Wanted to talk a little bit more in detail about our National Family Strengthening Network. The implementation of the Standards of Quality for Family Strengthening and Support is a program that we implemented in 2018 through the PHASE program. The National Family Strengthening Network provides thorough training to all of our staff, and the training must be renewed on a biannual basis. Catholic Charities continues to build on the strategies around the 5 protective factors. And these are just a few of the specific ways that we are doing that. Our free parenting sessions, we offer those both in person and online. The in-person parenting sessions are monthly and the online are weekly. We have peer support groups for parents who need some additional support. And sometimes that could be something as simple as a listening ear, having somebody come in and just listen to some of the problems that they're going through. We also have community coalition groups, opportunities that gives people opportunities to collaborate and to provide feedback. We have free family engagement events that include a reading club, summer camps. We had an event out at Water Rampage for the past couple of years. We've had some movie nights where families can come out and enjoy the drive-in theater. We just recently had an Easter egg hunt where a lot of the families had a lot of fun and were able to just enjoy some time together. And then at Christmas time, we usually have a giving tree program that helps to support families with some gifts for their kiddos. We also have a family resource center. I know that we're not on the map officially as having a family resource center, but we do have a space that we renovated a couple of years ago, and we're able to provide some additional events out of that family resource center. Here recently, we have collaborated with Lubbock Literacy to provide ESL and GED classes. We're also doing some financial literacy classes out of the Family Resource Center. And we've also been able to provide some CPR training for clients or families, parents. And then we're also, this is new, but we're doing a parent cafe where, families can just essentially come in and talk about different things, different topics, just kind of off the cuff, talk about some of the things that they're struggling with. And I think that really helps them to make some connections with other people in the community. And then our parent advisory committee is also doing some active work within the community and within Catholic Charities to really give us some feedback about how we can improve our services. And finally, we do an annual assessment. We're required to do an annual assessment of our program, which really helps us to ensure that we are meeting or exceeding the standards. So some really great work in really providing some quality services to our community. And then, as Carla spoke about a little bit ago, was the evidence-based curriculum. Right now, we're using Strengthening Families, and some of the outcomes behind that really match the mission of Catholic Charities, which is to provide our neighbors here on the South Plains a path to well-being through support and empowerment. We're striving to make sure that the families we serve are receiving those quality services through our programs. with the ultimate goal of reducing the number of children who might be prone to abuse or neglect. Without these prevention programs, our state would be pushed even further to the bottom of the list. In Texas, as I mentioned, we're already 45th in child well-being. So without prevention and early intervention programs, our families would have limited access or maybe no access at all to counseling, to skills building, to family engagement events, to peer support groups, to parenting sessions, all of those things that really help to make strong and healthy families within our community, and to also help to develop those skills that they need to become and to stay a healthy family. So this is just a small list of partners, referring agencies, and as I mentioned, clients can actually self-refer to the program. If they feel the need to talk to somebody, we are available for that. But we rely heavily on our partners to continue doing this important work. And this list continues to grow. Also wanted to talk a little bit about our challenges and our strategies. One of our biggest challenges right now is finding qualified applicants because we cover a lot of the rural areas. So Brownfield, that is an area that has one full-time position with full benefits, health, dental, vision, life insurance, pension, mileage, PTO, holidays. You know, it's a really great position to look at, but it's been vacant for more than a year. And so, you know, at a minimum, we're looking for someone who has experience, vast experience working with children, who can really go out into the communities around Brownfield and Brownfield itself to help those families and to really bring in some things that will help those families. A full job description for that can be found on our website. Other challenges include staff retention, collecting valuable feedback from families, and we are currently working to develop a centralized intake process for all of our programs. So these are some of the goals for our strategic plan. It was actually adopted on July 1st, 2022, which is the beginning of our fiscal year. Our goal at Catholic Charities is to provide quality services to families, to children, to kinship caregivers, to the elderly, to immigrants. Essentially, we are here to serve everyone and to help support and empower those families in need. And finally, this is our phase team, the people who are on the ground doing the work. The program director for phase is Jennifer Lopez. She has 15 years of experience working as a phase case manager. Jennifer has a master's degree of science in clinical mental health counseling and a bachelor's degree in psychology from LCU. We currently have 2 licensed professional counselor associates on staff, and they are vital to our phase team because they do take care of some of those families who are struggling on a more difficult level. So they see the more acute cases. And then we also have 8 case managers, 2 administrative staff, and an intern they're also helping us to accomplish all of the work that goes on behind the scenes to make this program a success. One of the other things that I wanted to mention was that on the PEI level, the state level, we have representation on the Parent Advisory Council, and her name is Mary Lucy Fuentes. She is actually from Crosby County and has been really doing some great work with our kinship families in that area. Well, I will turn it over to Glenda, and she talks a little bit more about her program.
Well, thank you, Cynthia and Carla, for the opportunity to tell you a little bit about the CYD program, which stands for Community Youth Development. this is a very targeted prevention program for teens. And as you probably could tell from Sasha's conversation, the state has invested a lot in statistics and understanding where needs are. So in the case of the CYD program, I'm checking on these slides. In the case of the CYD program, what they did was identify zip codes where they showed a very high risk percentage compared to the state in general. So in the Lubbock area, 79403, 404, 412, and 415 are the areas where our community youth development program can serve. If a child is either in school or lives in either of those zip codes, then they are eligible for the program. And it is a year-long program, serves children primarily from ages 10 to 17. Some of the key factors about these zip codes that you might want to know about in general, when we did a look at those areas, it's a balanced community, 50% male, 50% female, but 54% of those households receive some sort of public assistance. In general, that's, as you can imagine, that's also tied to some education factors. Approximately 50% will we have high school or less in the home. 90% of those homes will, the children will be eligible for free or reduced lunch. And from our experience with the children that we serve in that, and from those zip codes, only 35% will meet third grade proficiency in reading, which is a startling number. And it's something that we work on with them, kind of behind the scenes of what our specific goals are. These families have certain economic factors that are driving their concerns, as you saw on Carla's slide and on Cynthia's slides. Poverty is a big issue, and it is an issue that follows you throughout life if you're constantly under the worry of, will there be food on the table tonight? And in these particular zip codes, roughly 31% of the families will be lower than poverty level, median income $35,000 approximately, and most of them are employed in service or the retail facilities. So for example, during the pandemic, as an example, those families were still working. They might have jobs at the fast food places in town, but they still have opportunities where they have to be away from their families at odd hours. So they may have a 24/7 shift going on in their family, and that means that the children are often without adult supervision. Some of the other factors, approximately 33% of the family in those communities, 33% of the kids will be under the age of 18. 54% will identify as Hispanic, and it's a fairly, it's quite a bit of mixed. People will identify themselves as a mixed or other races involved, with about 18% African American involvement in those communities. It's very high crime and very high poverty rates that kind of drive why the state identified those particular zip codes for services. Our first step was to look at the community needs, as you saw in both in Catholic Charities program and in Carla's programs. We have to figure out, well, what does the neighborhood actually need? We found that transportation is a big issue, especially when you're dealing primarily with teens. So when I mentioned to you that their families are engaged in retail or service kinds of jobs, oftentimes there's one car and they don't have the ability to get kids to events. So most of the time, the activities that you do have to be within their specific community. The additional steps, obviously, you need to engage stakeholders because, as both of my colleagues have said, the funds to support these grants is not sufficient to meet the needs that are involved. As an example, this particular grant serves primarily teens. When you think about teens, they're bottomless pits in terms of what they want to eat. And the grant specifically does not cover food. So we have a lot of supporters who come in to give us support in that area. In addition, we really need the support of schools because to meet the terms of the grant is approximately 13% of the enrollment in those areas. So what our goal is to get this, get the schools to be behind the program and understand that what we're doing with the children after school is designed to support what they want to accomplish during the day. And of course, as both colleagues have said, staffing is the big issue. When you're dealing in a nonprofit environment, and particularly post-pandemic, finding staff that are dedicated to high needs children is a challenge. And particularly when the programming is mostly after school, so it's primarily a part-time position. The general operational hours are after school. In reality, kids don't want to do something after school unless it's really, really fun. And so we have had a good focus on doing things during the school day, like their homeroom or flex period, making a connection with the kids at that time. But the state really prefers, and for logical reasons, the entire purpose of this grant is to keep kids out of the juvenile justice system. And when are you going to get into trouble? Usually after school, on the weekends when school's not in session. So we started out inside the school and have created a program so that the kids want to participate, and then they will join us after school. The biggest issue is to obviously get inside the school. That's a process. For anyone who's worked inside schools, you know they're very conscientious about safety and security these days, and so you have to be a fairly vetted program to be able to do that. And your program has to be able to do an awful lot of paperwork. There's pre and post tests. They want to make sure that you're doing what you say. So the state has some significant evaluation goals, and those are based on making sure that there's an awful lot of paperwork about what's going on with the activities. The activities themselves that we are engaged in are across 5 components: leadership, ancillary activities. These are the things that the kids really want to do. There's mentoring, which is restricted to 1-to-4 maximum ratio with a desired ratio of 1-on-1 with the children. And I should call them youth because they are teenagers. There is a youth advisory committee that is designed to help design the activities. And then there's post-high school readiness, which uses a Naviance curriculum. If only they'd had Naviance when I was in school, I'd probably be doing something different, because this Naviance curriculum allows kids to actually explore careers, explore universities, go on campuses. It's really a very robust curriculum, and it gives kids the opportunity to create a vision for themselves that they may not have thought of. You wouldn't think, with all of this opportunity, you wouldn't think that you would need to do an awful lot of marketing, but actually letting parents know what all is going on is one of our key issues, because they must sign their kids in. They must allow us the opportunity to work with their youth. And so we have to do a lot of promotion around that area. And the details of what we do is generally we're meeting with each youth at least twice a month. They participate in activities like the cooking or the dance or the fun stuff at least twice a month. And there is no cost to any family. The kids can come for free. The most important thing that we have to work on is figuring out how to get them there. And so we have to work on transportation. Usually that means going to the school, picking them up, and taking them places, or staying at the school itself for activities. The only requirements for this particular program, Community Youth Development, is that they cannot have had any previous juvenile justice experience. And we are rated based on the fact that they will not have any juvenile justice experience the entire time they're in the program. So our focus is entirely on keeping them safe and engaged. There is a great deal of emphasis on parent engagement. And the way we do that, for example, is through activities that put the children or the youth and their parents together in activities like learning how to cook something, or having races or things like that, where parents have to engage with their youth and see their kids in a different environment. And interestingly, in that community needs survey, 90% of the adults that we surveyed felt that these are deserts in terms of what's available to the kids. And 61% of the adults felt like their kids needed some life skills and social skills. And 78% of the youth was looking at the fact that they felt like their peers were engaged in committing crimes in the neighborhood. The kids actually rated that higher than the parents did, but not significantly more. They recognize that they have a problem in the community. Most of the time, they felt like those problems are related to their peers and friends, but boredom was the other thing. So providing activities within these communities where there may not be a lot, and that is one of the areas that's most concerning to our Lubbock community, is that there's not a lot for teens. There's a great deal of effort put around youth under the age of 12, but when you get into the teenage skills, there's not very much available to them. And their biggest problems are fighting, drugs, and gangs. From our school surveys, what we're finding is that vaping is a huge concern, and it is something that the schools have zero tolerance for, which means that you have young elementary school age kids who are trying vaping, and they consider it almost like a gateway, because when they are caught, then the school's most likely to put them in an ISS, in school suspension, and it just starts to lead down the wrong path. So what we found from our community needs survey is that high-risk behaviors like smoking, drinking, drugs, and other things of that nature were much higher than we had originally anticipated. And one of the impacts of that was that in the choosing of the activity and the evidence-based programs, we chose a program called Life Skills, which specifically is related to preparing kids to avoid those kinds of at-risk needs. I know that we are getting close on time, and so I will say to you that most of the best way we can find to support our youth, according to the kids themselves, would be to help them with their school grades, help them get to school, because sometimes they're arranging their transportation and they're getting to school on time by themselves because their parents may be already at work. They are worried about standardized testing. They're worried about things like transportation and peers, fellow peers working outside the system, and they know that they have a hard road ahead of them to stay safe. In fact, when we have employed the developmental assets program through the Search Institute, school safety was the #1 thing that our kids showed a decline in over the years. And that's normal to understand that when you look at what's on the media and the number of activities that have gone on in our communities around safety. Kids feel very vulnerable, and so helping them feel safe is another key thing. But I would say that in the teenagers, one of the things that they say the most often, and the way we could as a community get together around their needs. They want jobs. They want to feel valuable to the community, and they say, despite all of our activities and all of our efforts, they don't feel like there's a meaningful role for them to play until they graduate. And so what we want to do is give them some things to do and some ways to be engaged so that they don't drop out of the system. From the state's point of view, 100% of the kids who participate in this program are supposed to stay out of trouble, and that's our key goal. They want to see an improvement in their protective factors that you've heard about all morning, and they want at least 1,000 participants per year. So those are our state required goals. In terms of engagement, we try to meet with them at least once a week and connect them to activities or hobbies or ways in which they begin to see themselves and create a new vision for themselves. It may be different from what anything in their family has ever had the opportunity to do. In terms of leadership and that sort of thing, they don't really understand that they don't see themselves as leaders. So what we try to do is convince them that you are a leader, you're a leader in your own life. And one of the ways that you do that is to begin to appreciate the internal and external assets that you need in order to be a successful and thriving individual with resiliency skills. It's not what life throws you, but it's your resilience. And so we build an awful lot on those external and internal assets that you can see a lot more about if you go out to the Search Institute, which is our other evidence-based program that we use. And it's designed to help kids understand what they need in order to be successful. It's interesting, as a parent, as any parent, if you ask them what they most want, of course, they want to provide their kids with everything possible to be successful. And the Search Institute has shown they have 40 developmental assets that are that don't cost any money. They're just the very basic things like being involved, having a caring adult in your life, things of that nature. And so I highly encourage, those are the things that we use in the program, and I encourage you to look that up in your as you explore this area. In terms of the neighborhood goals, we are just primarily asking parents to be involved and to know that there are resources out there that really support them. The funding is for this kind of program when you're dealing with a neighborhood that is dealing with mostly poverty. We have to find outside resources to support the program and allow us for it to be sustainable. It is grant dependent right now, and for it to go away would be a travesty to our community. So we're always working for outside funding. In terms of challenges, as I mentioned to you before, transportation is key. Getting kids to come is key because it's all voluntary and it is after school. So they have a lot of activities that they much rather do, which are often things that will get them into trouble. So we're trying to keep them entertained with some things that will really engage them. And then from a grant perspective, all of us at this table will tell you that the challenges are keeping up with all of the paperwork, which is extensive. And it is not covered by the grant in terms of administrative support and that sort of thing. You have to figure out a way to do it. And I will say staffing is critical because it's part-time and it is a unique audience. They have very special needs, and there are only certain people that these youth will respond to. They have to look the part, that the kids feel like they understand, that they come from the same neighborhood, the same kinds of problems that they've been through. So you have a very unique staffing model that you need to find. If anything you can want to do to help us spread the word that this program is available and that our goal is to engage kids and keep them thinking positively about their own futures. And so if there's any way that you know of a partnership that would allow us to be able to offer jobs to these kids, or you want to just get involved with them, you know, that would be a great way to help the community help this particular and unique community and their special needs. I will turn it back over to, I think I was the one keeping everyone from lunch. So they're probably very glad to hear me kind of close this up.
We do have a couple of questions and comments in the chat that I'd like to address. The first came in during Cynthia's presentation that I think is a good question for the entire panel. How do you advertise and or get buy-in for people and families in your communities or programs?
A lot of word of mouth, advertising on social media, our website, trying to really inform community members, just like we're doing today, about the work that we do. I think that's the most vital part, is really establishing those partnerships.
I would say, as Clint just said, outreach, outreach, outreach. So we're using social media, different types of, I mean, we spend a lot of time on social media or preparing things for social media, because of that is the age of the parents that we are seeking out, and that's how they get their information. We also, we get referrals from hospitals, from all the different agencies. So you want as many people to know as possible what it is your program is, what it fits. So we do monthly community outreach emails. We go to every community fair that fits the audience of parents that is going to be there. So it's, the outreach is just helping parents know that it's time consuming and it's expensive, but you know, that's how you reach the families that you want to serve.
I think one of the challenges that you also find is that, I'm not sure about your programs, but in our program, the paperwork that the family has to fill out can be a barrier. So you have to find ways to get around that so they don't feel that the paperwork is so invasive. And really it's designed to give information so that they can design programs for the future. But you have to sort of prepare, okay, let's give them some fun stuff before we hit them with this paperwork that's required. And then try to streamline that paperwork so that you get it over a period of time.
And then somebody else had asked if we would be able to share slides from your presentations with the participants today.
I think we're all right.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. The next comment and kind of question is, while I applaud the effort to make changes prior to an abusive complaint, I also cannot help but be aware of the overwhelming statistics that do not include the effect of systemic racism and the stressors that affect the risk factors. The area codes mentioned in the presentations are our predominantly disparate zip codes and populations with largely Black and Latinx communities. Many of the struggling mothers and fathers do not trust systems in place to investigate and help for them. How is diversity, equity, and inclusion being addressed within these populations and health programs?
But I just want to say something is first, you need to look at the statistics for Lubbock County, because the statistics in Lubbock County show that the majority of the child abuse and neglect cases are actually in the Caucasian population. So I know that's some of the things that you stated were there's information out there to the contrary, but you need to go back to the solid facts. It occurs in every economic group. It occurs in every zip code in Lubbock. It occurs in this is the one social problem that I would say that is not dug into any specific group at all. It's something we need to address across the community. These families, their social economic groups can be, I've I've worked with families where the family income was $250,000 a year, and I've worked with them where it was $2,500. You know, the issues are the same. So that's what I would say in response to. We meet families where they are, wherever they are in their parenting journey. So I know for my staff, and I honestly think for the two of them too, is we're not worried about the color of their skin. We're not worried about anything. We're worried about helping the family. That's, you know, our door is open to any families. And you know, all families need help. All children need help. But look at your statistics before you just quote something that might not be accurate too.
But I will say, from our perspective, working with the kids, it does not do me any good. When I'm hiring, I have to hire for the community I'm serving. So, for example, I may look like I'm kind of, you know, very traditional and that sort of thing. And if I go into that school, they're not going to listen to me whatsoever. I may have a dress code for my organization, and I will tell you that I had to throw that dress code right out the window because sometimes they come with, and you have to kind of prepare you have to broaden your own perspective because these younger kids want someone that looks like them, acts like them, and has been where they have been. And so that requires hiring way outside what we used to have as our model of hiring. And it also requires finding kids or young adults who have lived these experiences, but somehow had that resilience that we talk about, and who came out with a vision for themselves that allowed them to grow and then to give back to their communities. So for example, in our zip codes that we serve, if I hire someone who did not grow up in those zip codes, it's really hard for them to be successful. That's just our reality, and I think that addresses what this person is saying, is that you have to be sensitive to that. And at the same time, we have hired individuals who had that experience, but who didn't come out with a positive vision. And so that's not what you want. You want to find someone who was able to rise above the perspective that, oh, I'm never going to get to be anything. You have to find somebody whose family allowed them to create a vision for themselves that was positive, so they can start transferring a positive vision. And that's what makes staffing so tricky in these environments. Your participant's question is so well placed in the sense that, you know, all of us want to serve everybody, but not everybody wants us to serve them.
Exactly.
And that's the issue. You've got to find the people that they will accept and that they can feel like they could trust us, but they don't feel like they could trust us. So we have to find someone that they feel that they can trust.
So I would just agree with both of these ladies in that, you know, diversity, equity, and inclusion means that we serve everyone. And it's a requirement when we sign that contract and we say we're going to serve our community, we're serving everyone. So regardless of race, religion, you know, origin, anything like that, we are open to serving. And so, and one of the huge misconceptions for Catholic Charities is that because we have Catholic in our name, that, you know, we're only open to serving Catholics, but that is not true at all.
Thank you. I believe the last comment is two more. An excellent panel. Their programs are amazing for our community. I was unaware of the instrumental programs developed for our children. Keep up the good work. And the next is, Linda, I love how you phrased all of that, getting away from the traditional model and looking at who fits into the community.
It did take a long time to get to that spot where, you know, when someone comes with, so I say this in hoping that I don't offend anyone when I say it, but, you know, for me, when I grew up, and then you come up with a kid who's got a nose ring and ear plugs and tattoos everywhere, you think, is this going to be someone that the parents will accept? And so then you find out, yes, they will accept that person. And so that's really the challenge, is to step outside your own self and really listen to what the parents and kids need and want.
It is. I know we found that in home visiting too, is the biggest connection they have is with their personal educator and the relationship that they build with them. And so, you know, it's personal relationships.
And it does show you that it is addressing that whole idea of diversity, equity, inclusion, that you can't judge someone just because, even though we have a tendency as human beings to do that, you have to listen to the individual and see beyond what your thoughts are.
Yeah.
Thank you. I think that's all that we have. From here, we will take a break for lunch, and our next session will resume at 1 p.m. Welcome back, everybody. Our next presenter is a graduate from Wayland Baptist University and began her career as a youth caseworker for Catholic Family Services for 5.5 years. Her role included working with the runaway and homeless youth populations ages 10 to 17 in Lubbock and surrounding counties. In addition, she worked in the education field for a few years as a Spanish teacher and then returned to Catholic Charities of Lubbock as a youth case manager in 2007. In February of 2012, she became the Youth and Family Program Director for Family and Youth Success and the National Family Support Network programs, which covered Lubbock and 29 surrounding counties. In June of 2022, she began working for the Office of Court Administration as an early intervention court liaison for Lubbock County and Foster Care Courts 1 and 2. Please welcome Rachel Foss.
Thank you for the introduction. I'm really glad to be here this afternoon. Thank you for those of you that are participating in this. What an amazing thing to happen in the community of Lubbock to show support for child abuse prevention. As we know, it's really awesome to see Lubbock being so supportive and all of the area hospitals, agencies, organizations showcasing with their blue ribbons, their pinwheels, and all of those really amazing things. And so it's really great to be able to be a part of that this afternoon. So again, my name is Rachel Foss, and so this new role for me has been really great working as a court liaison. It's given me really an opportunity to be part of the community in terms of showing support to children and families. And so I'll start a little bit by telling you that this is a pilot program which started back in early 2021. There was conversations about, what is it that we can do to be able to provide more support to those that get involved with the foster care court system. And so we know it's been, it's quite a process to go through. And so it's been really great. So just to kind of share a little bit of the of that. And so, oh, I'm sorry, I should have shown that first. Okay, so again, just a little bit of background. So DFPS and PEI proposed an investment to support early intervention court liaisons as identified by child protection courts. So PEI initially partnered with Supreme Court of Texas Permanent Judicial Commission for Children, the Children's Commission, to identify Texas communities with PEI funded programs that were at high risk for children maltreatment. Some communities may have had more than one child protection courts, and a liaison could serve multiple judges in the same community, which I will share in a few minutes, the judges that I get to work with, that I have the pleasure of working with every day. So as court liaisons, we would be able to identify and connect early childhood and family support programs to local child protection courts. So again, we would serve to identify local services that would align with the FFPSA. So again, it's been really great. One of the interesting things is that having the background that I did working with youth and families in my previous role, we did have some involvement with Children's Protective Services and some of those needs that they had. And so it's just really been, again, giving me an opportunity to be able to be a part of the process still. So right now we have, there's currently, as the pilot project, there are 3 counties in Texas that have a court liaison. So we have Barbara Bischoff, which was hired in March of last year in Galveston. We have Marnita Davis that was hired April of last year that serves Bell County. And of course myself working here in Lubbock County. And so I was the last of the 3 hired. And so it's been really great to have this opportunity to be able to kind of approach this and supporting kids and families from a different perspective. And so ultimately, this is what the project hopes to achieve the following. And again, we know that this process can take some time because we're always looking to improve systems. We're always looking to see how we can be more of a support, not just to each other, but to all of those in our community. So the first thing is to increase connectivity between the child protection courts and local resources. We already know that Lubbock has a lot of resources available, but the most important piece is really being able to connect them where they need to be connected. Also, to develop prevention services in targeted communities through partnership with local referral networks in order to better connect and inform families of services available. Also, to bring a judicial and legal voice to local community collaborations around family support and prevention work, and also to help courts identify the opportunities for parent navigation, kinship navigation, and other peer leadership and support programs. And so again, we realize, I realize that here in Lubbock, we're not able to support or provide services without collaborating, without networking, without doing some of those things. So it's all of you that are providing these services in the community are so important. And so my role would be is to be able to connect you as well as to connect the court system to you and you to the court system in terms of how you can better serve our kids, our families. So under the pilot project currently, there's 2 foster care courts here in Lubbock. So court 1 is Judge Kelly Tesh, and then in court 2 we have Kara Darnell, and again, which are such a pleasure to work with because they really do have a genuine interest in helping with these children and working with the families and seeing that what we can do. Now, early on when I started in this role, we were kind of asked just to kind of evaluate, to kind of assess what are some of the things that we're hearing that we, I'm able to sit in court hearings daily and able to hear what are some of those things that are happening, what are some of those needs that are being addressed that need to be addressed, and even more importantly, what are the needs that need to be addressed and maybe for whatever reason there's been a delay in that process. So just to kind of talk about what's needed to make this program become successful. And again, we realize it's going to take time, but so what's needed is first of all, buy-in from all, whether that's judge, court administrators, attorneys, DFPS, CASA, maybe St. Francis, just really anybody, because again, we can't do this by ourselves. We need the support and help from everyone. Collaboration with all DFPS departments, CPI, FBSS, CVS, Alternative Response, St. Francis leadership staff, and so on. And again, I've really had, it's really been a great opportunity to be able to collaborate with some of these folks, some of these individuals, because it's really given me a different perspective as to how we can address some of those needs. Seeking out local collaboratives, attending those meetings, which is where I have met a lot of you, and I know that there's still many more of you that I still need to meet. And then seeking out local resources, ideally that are at no cost or low cost to families. And so, so those are some of the things that we feel at this point that are needed to be successful. And so there's probably going to continue to be other things that we will still need in moving forward. Now, some of the challenges in implementing the program, utilizing myself to the fullest. And when I say to the fullest is, sometimes we typically will reach out to folks that we are just kind of comfortable with or familiar with. And so they're kind of our go-to person. And it's really just kind of thinking outside the box and really thinking about what is it that I can do? Who is it that I can call if maybe I've hit this roadblock? And rather than, well, I'm sorry, I just really can't find anybody to help in this situation, it's really thinking about, okay, well, maybe I'm not able to meet this need here. So what are my other options? What else can I do? Because ultimately, that's really what we want to do, is help them. Second is consistent communication between all parties. And again, being a part of the foster care system and, once, CPS gets involved or however that comes about, communication is so important, not just because everybody needs to be in the loop of what's going on, but it really, really makes everyone feel a part of the process. When CPS gets involved or, there's a case that goes into the foster care court, there's so many individuals involved, whether it's the attorneys, it's the judges, it's the department, it's just everyone that's involved. And so it's key to involve everyone, because is the goal not to just provide the best support that you can to the families, they need to know. I will tell you just from personal experience, I had a little knowledge of, with CPS and just kind of not really familiar with their systems. And so I will tell you, when I first started in this role and going to court and hearing all of these acronyms and hearing all of these things going on was extremely intimidating. Number one, because I had no idea what that meant. And so it really gave me an opportunity to reflect on, my goodness, if I'm kind of at a loss and what all this means and, who are all these people, I can imagine what that feels like for those parents, those grandparents, those individuals that have become a part of a system that is already so stressful. And there's already these conversations that are happening around me about my children, about my grandchildren, about my niece or nephew or whatever. And I have no idea what anybody's talking about. And so I think it's really important to just really, as caseworkers or, even if you're in the medical field or anyone that's providing support to families, is really making sure that all parties understand what this is all about. And of course, the last thing, which I think that many people, many agencies, organizations, it's been a struggle. We still, if even a couple of years later, we're still talking about COVID and things like that and the impact that it had. And we still see that we're still dealing with some of those challenges, which, staff shortages, staff retention, turnover, wait lists, and things like that. And so interestingly enough, these are some of the challenges that we're facing here in Lubbock, but it's also happening in the other counties as well. So some of our successes and challenges were similar, even in different areas. Okay, so successes experienced thus far. So again, participation in court hearings and understanding community needs. Okay, and so again, it's very important to, I hear these things, I hear these conversations happening when there's discussion about family case plans and things like that. And it's like, okay, well, so these are the needs. And so the bigger question for me is, how are those needs going to be met? Okay, so that's where, some of the community engagement and involvement comes in. Support from the judicial system, and of course, community awareness. Those are all things that have helped so far, that we've had experience so far that have been successful. It's been so helpful to be able to attend a lot of those community meetings, resource meetings, health fairs, those, conferences with trainings and things like that, because all of that information is so important that I'm able to bring it back with me and that I'm able to share with those parties involved that are providing the support to the families. Some of the collaborative efforts, again, are stakeholders. I know our session right before lunch, we heard from some of the PEI contract providers, like the HOPES program, the PHASE program, the Nurse Family Partnership, and so on. And so CYD programs. And so it's really important to, really reach out, because those are the agencies that are able to provide those support services that our families need so desperately. Community education and community events, and of course, again, referrals. And so some of the coalitions, meetings that I've been able to attend, just to mention a few, is like the Network for Kids, the South Plains Child Abuse Prevention Coalition, the Kinship Alliance, the Lubbock County Welfare Board meetings, and St. Francis Town Hall meetings. And so again, it just really gives an opportunity to be able to hear all of these awesome things that are happening in Lubbock. But again, it's more important to share all of that knowledge. It's important to share all of that information, because if not, someone may not know where to call. So a couple of things that are happening along with the project is, so there was an evaluation, actually about a month ago. Each liaison had to provide a list of, potential stakeholders that they could reach out to see, so thus far, what are some things that we have found to be successful? What are some things that we have found to be maybe not so successful? And really just trying to get some feedback as to what could make this project more successful. So they've collected all of that information, and so they're scheduled interviews, and those conversations have already kind of started happening. And so my understanding is that there's been some feedback, and so all of that will get reported to us later. But again, I think it's really important to take all of that information and really reflect on how we can improve the program. And then also, so again, future plans. So what are some things that that we can discuss about, again, how to make this project better? And so just kind of really setting some goals as to what we want to try to do long term. What are some things that we want to do that maybe we've tried in the past that maybe haven't been as successful? And so, and just really, really trying to see what we can do to improve the process. And so now, one of the biggest things that I was hoping to gain out of presenting this afternoon was to really think about, what is it that you provide? What is it that you feel that you can share as a community to reach out to be able to support those foster care families, those children? Again, one of the things that was really interesting was that, you know, sometimes when there is a family that is, you know, brought into court, let's say CPS got involved, sometimes parents aren't incarcerated. And so how do we address those needs? There's a family case plan that's created, but how do we address those issues when they're not in a position to be able to access some of those resources? And so I had a conversation with one of the judges, and there was conversation about services that were taking place at the county jail. And so after COVID, it seemed like maybe some of those services had kind of disappeared. So after just a series of phone calls and after trying to get a hold of someone, I finally contacted the right person at the jail. And so this individual was so helpful in trying to get all of this set up. And lo and behold, come to find out that there were all these really great resources, classes, support groups, parenting classes, anger management, some faith-based things that were already happening. But again, because there just wasn't a whole lot of communication about it, no one knew that this was happening. So early January, we made arrangements to do it was a Zoom, it was a virtual like presentation. The staff from the jail provided, there were each individual staff that was in attendance that kind of gave a presentation and a spiel about all of the services that they provide out there. There was a point of contact. It was a really great presentation put together. You know, paperwork was revised, and it was shared with all of those, and that was super helpful. Just because, again, you know, we have these situations where we're putting these families in a situation where here's your case plan. You need to do A, B, C, and D. But again, how are we going to get around that? How am I expected to do all of these things that are expected of me? And this essentially could either decide whether I get my children back or not. And so, you know, this is really stressful. So how am I going to do this? I don't have a car. Maybe I don't live in an area where, you know, parenting classes are provided, or I live in an area where I'm not able to access those resources. So I'm at a loss here. What am I supposed to do? And so again, you know, it's some of these same challenges that we discussed even during COVID. You know, oh, well, we can do virtual, we can provide this and that. Okay, so again, you're still met with those other challenges of, well, I don't have a screen device, or I have limited data, or I have you know, I need to do some counseling, but, you know, I don't have any reception, I don't have Wi-Fi. I live in an area where it's really spotty. You know, the call keeps getting dropped. It's just a list of things, a list of challenges. And so again, as a community, how do you address those things? It's very easy to, you know, say, here's your list, here's your plan, here's your resource list, good luck, let me know. And so there's an individual that is left there holding this sheet of paper with all of these expectations. But again, the big question is, how do I go about this? Where do I start? You know, if we can take a step back and we can put ourselves in their situation of, okay, literally from one day to the next, like my world was just turned upside down. My children are no longer in the home. I'm thinking about my children, the trauma, not just for them, that they are not able to go home, or maybe they left home this morning and now after school, they're in a completely different place. And so and we can just kind of imagine what that is like for the child, and even more so for the parent, you know, especially feeling like this was due to a poor decision, or this was due to whatever the reason is. And so, and it's hard not to focus on that, but yet we're saying, okay, we really need you to get these things done. And this is the amount of time that you have left to do it. And so, for example, when there is a removal, let's be honest, the clock is ticking. I mean, time is of the essence. And so it's really frustrating to, you know, say, okay, well, here, you need to call, set up individual counseling, you need to set up individual therapy. So the person picks up the phone and makes a phone call. Well, we have a 3-month waiting list. Okay. Okay. So what can I do now? And so again, there's all of those emotions that go into, so I was told that I needed to start this ASAP. Now I'm told that there's a 3-month waiting list, or I need to have a mental health assessment done. There's a 30-day waiting list. There's again, all of these challenges. And so how do we address those? And so this is why it's super helpful that if there are things that your agency or your organization can do, you know, please contact me, please reach out to me and say, hey, we have this option. We just started this new program. We just have, you know, this is something that we can totally support with. Because myself, I can take that information and share it with all of those workers, those permanency specialists, those caseworkers, those investigators, and share those even with their leadership and say, please share this with your folks, because this is super helpful. Again, I know that I reach out to some of you about if you have any community events, if there's any community education, any programs, anything that kids can do, please share that information. And so it's really helpful, because again, we need to try to figure out a way that we can provide that support to the kids and families, and helping them along the way, because again, it is very stressful. You know, there are so many ideas about, you know, we hear CPS and there's just a lot of negativity that just automatically goes along with that. They're the enemy, they're this and they're that, when in actuality, you know, it's about trying to provide that support. It's about trying to, I really want to help you along the way. Okay, so how are you going to help me to do that? And so again, offering services, maybe being a part of those family team meetings and things like that, and sitting down with the family and saying, what are your needs? I can sit down and think, I think you need A, B, and C, but it's most important to ask them, what are your needs? What can we do to help you through this process? Because again, it's very stressful. And so we want to be able to help them through that. Okay, here is my contact information. Again, if there's any information that you can share, that you can tell me about, or I know that I have set up several Zoom meetings with people to meet about programs or about projects, met in person, met people at meetings during the noon hour, in the morning, or whatever. And so I would just really love an opportunity to be able to find out what some of those resources are, so that we can share those and that we can distribute that information to everyone. So, not sure if we have any questions or.
We have a member of the audience that would like you to expand on how you are developing your position as a liaison.
Okay, so trying to expand on the position is, again, I think it's just really about getting out into the community and attending some of those community meetings, reaching out to those stakeholders, and really just telling them what the idea is and how we want to expand beyond what we've just done. Again, so just kind of, you know, I just recently did an evaluation on myself about what are some goals, what are some things that we want to, that I'm hoping to build on. And again, it's just about really expanding the understanding of the project, and to really expand on how this could really be something great for the community, as long as it's utilized in such a way to help, and not just and not just with the same, going to the same places all the time, if that makes sense.
And I kind of have a two-part question for you. So can you tell us, do you have a caseload, or can you tell us about how many families you've helped so far?
Okay, so typically, so I myself as the liaison, I do not meet directly with the families. I have more contact with, I'll discuss with the judges. We have conversations about what are some of the needs. A lot of times, the folks that will reach out to me are those attorneys that are representing the children of the families. It's either the CPS worker, the St. Francis worker, and things like that. And so they're typically the ones that will reach out to me and say, hey, I have a situation. We're running out of, we're kind of running out of time here, or we had some resources. They were eligible for these resources, because they were a kinship family, but now we're just kind of at a standstill, and it looks like the children are going to be staying a little bit longer. So what are some options? Some of the issues that are brought up a lot of times, it's housing. A lot of it is mental health services, substance abuse, whether it's inpatient, outpatient treatment. Some of the other things are just help with like fuel costs. We know gas is, really pricey, food vouchers, and those types of things. And so typically I will get either a call or an email about, this is what we're needing. This is, we're kind of in a dire situation. Someone is about to be evicted. What are our options? And so, I will provide those resources and a point of contact. Have we tried here? Have we tried there? And I will always, finish with, please let me know if this doesn't work. And so that I can continue to make phone calls. I can continue to reach out. And so, as we know, Lubbock is a very generous community. But again, I think unless we're really reaching out and talking to agencies and folks and organizations, we really don't know what the possibilities are. And I think sometimes people may kind of go with the mentality, because I'm guilty of it even myself. I always thought, oh, well, if it's a foster care, situation, well, they have insurance, everything's covered, everything's paid for. They don't have any worries. But even their insurance, it's just like any other insurance. There's always going to be those loopholes, or there may be that little bit of, that one little thing that's going to disqualify them. And so, no, not everything is covered. And so it's really about, okay, this benefit or this thing was not covered because of this reason. And so, what can we do? What are our options? And so, yeah.
Yeah. And you said, we all know this is a pilot program.
Mm-hmm.
So do you foresee this, in your opinion, branching out and becoming a standard?
That's kind of the goal, and that's kind of a hope. That's why it's important, especially in the evaluation process, is that, it's always great to hear those positive things, what's really good and what's working and how we've seen it impact. But I think it's even more important to see what's not working or what could be better, because, you always want to try to improve, because the idea is that we want this to continue. But again, we have to be able to make sure that, how successful is this being? How many families are you serving? And so, what I'm doing is, or what we're actually all doing, is that we're kind of keeping up with what are some of those services that are being asked of us, where did we send them to, and those types of things. Just kind of see like, what are some of those needs? And it kind of comes like it comes in spurts. Like it gets, there's lots of requests for multiple days, and there may not be for a little bit. And so it just kind of depends. So the hope is that it will continue, but again, that's just going to depend on how well we can continue to build and to collaborate and to network and to really get people to see the benefits of the program. So.
And I think you've already kind of touched on this some, but they would like for you to expand on your role with the judges and the court staff.
Okay, so, and again, so I talk with the judges, weekly, and we just talk about what some of those challenges are. For example, some of those long wait lists, or, hey, well, we really have a concern because it seems like we are, like we're seeing, I'm hearing a lot of this, mental health services. I know that one of the things was when I first started was when there was a need for an OSAR. for an assessment. And so, during the court hearings, hearing things like, well, we've tried to call to set up an appointment. There's a 3-month wait list and things like that. So I reached out to the OSAR director and said, hey, this is really creating a concern. It's really creating an issue because these are the things that need to be done. But, with a wait that long, it's just really putting a delay in things that we need to try to help the family. So it was just as simple as, oh, well, that's different. So when they make the initial phone call, if they will mention this is for a CPS case or this is a requirement as their case plan, if they will tell us that, we can bump them up and the wait won't be as long. And so that was one of the things. And so again, it's just about keeping those lines of communication open about what is it that you hear, what is it that you need? And some of those things the judges have told me directly, well, maybe if we check into if this is offered, or once upon a time we had this program, and maybe can you check in to see if that's still an option or if that's still a possibility. So again, it's just, having those conversations about the things that are coming up in the hearings, or some of the things that, they feel maybe are hearing often and needs that are not being addressed. And so, yeah, and that's information that I will, share with my supervisor, meeting with her weekly. I just kind of report, this is kind of an issue that came up, this is a challenge. This is a need that it seems like we're not able to address and things like that. So it's just really trying to figure out a way about it. So I'm guilty of reaching out to several people and sending out emails and making phone calls and saying, hey, I have this situation. Can you help with this? And again, a lot of community partners are extremely generous. And so it's just about picking up the phone or just shooting a quick email or even a text message about what can we do to help this family, or, they're really in a bind right now. So.
Can you tell us again what the EICL stands for?
Early Intervention Court Liaison. Yes.
I think that is all of the questions that we have. We will take a 15-minute break and begin again just after 1:45.
Welcome back, everybody. Our next panel discussion is on prevention for high-risk infants. We have three panelists. Our first presenter will be Dr. Amelia Garcia. She is currently employed at Covenant Children's Hospital in Lubbock, Texas, in the role of the neonatal program manager, responsible for maintaining the standards of a level 4 NICU mandated by the state of Texas. Her passion is building a culture of clinical scholarship and the translation of evidence-based practices to the bedside through quality improvement and research to promote and advocate for equitable, respectful, and quality care for the neonatal population and their families. Prior to serving in this role, Dr. Garcia served the neonatal population as a bedside nurse, transport team member, and as a charge nurse at Covenant Children's NICU for 20 years. Amelia is currently a member of the following national and state organizations: American Organization for Nursing Leadership, the Texas Organization for Nursing Leadership, the National Association of Neonatal Nurses, the National Association of Hispanic Nurses, and Sigma Theta Tau International. For that, we've got Dr. Christine Nordebauer. Christine is currently the manager of the Integrated Care Department at Covenant Children's. She's also a clinical instructor for the Department of Pediatrics at Texas Tech Health Science Center. Christine holds a doctorate degree in Human Development and Family Sciences from Texas Tech, a Master of Science in Counseling from the University of Houston Clear Lake, and a Bachelor of Music and Music Therapy from Anna Marie College in Paxton, Massachusetts, where she graduated magna cum laude. Christine has held various positions at pediatric hospitals and institutions as a music therapist and clinical instructor. Her expertise and knowledge have led her to present not only in the United States, but worldwide as a guest speaker and lecturer regarding topics on how music therapy and care-based interventions enhance development and coping in all age groups with chronic and acutely ill children and families. Christine has received various grants in this area and is also widely published on these topics. Christine is a member of the American Music Therapy Association, the Society for Research and Child Development, the Association for Child Life Professionals, and World Association for Infant Mental Health. Christine received the 2005 Harmony Award from the Southwestern Regional Association for Music Therapy, the Hyper Sobrino Scholarship at the University of Houston Clear Lake, and the E. Thayer Gaston Writing Award from the American Music Therapy Association. And our last panel member is Kara Pepper. Kara is currently a mental health therapist at Covenant Children's Hospital in Lubbock. She has been a licensed marriage and family therapist over the past 5 years. She holds a master's degree in marriage and family therapy from Abilene Christian University and a Bachelor of Arts in Psychology from Texas Tech University. Kara was an undergraduate assistant and participated in poster presentations while obtaining her degrees. She has extensive training in various therapeutic modalities in her chosen field of expertise. Kara was awarded the 2016 Texas Valedictorian Scholarship Award, the 2016 Texas Tech President's Scholarship, and was on the Texas Tech President's List for 2016 to 2019, and was awarded the Outstanding Second-Year Student, Abilene Christian University Marriage and Family Therapy Program in 2021. Please join me in welcoming our panelists.
So thank you for the opportunity for all of us to speak here today and participate on this panel. And I definitely want to thank all of you that have coordinated this conference, all the behind work that you have done, and speaking out on behalf of prevention in our community. So first, we'll share an overview of some of the risk and protective factors for maltreatment in specifically the preterm infant population, followed by the impact of health disparities as an additional influence on the preterm infant and family. And finally, we'll hear about how the healthcare team can have a critical role in shaping a family's ability to cope with the challenges of preterm birth and parenting a preterm infant. And then we definitely look forward to a fruitful discussion on our prevention efforts for this high-risk population. So first, let's just take a look at some of the data on prevalence of maltreatment so we can understand why prevention efforts are needed in this population. So this is a study from 2018 It's a retrospective analysis of maltreatment-related hospitalizations in New York over a 10-year period. They use discharge data to identify characteristics at birth predictive of probability of maltreatment. And what they found was that key risk factors included preterm birth, a NICU stay of more than 11 days, maternal age less than 20 years, and being on public insurance. Now you're all like, well, that's New York. So let's look more at a national level. This is looking at the prevalence nationwide, looking at the years 2013 and 14. So they tracked a birth cohort of approximately 3.5 million infants up to age 6 months. And of those infants, 3% were hospitalized during that period for maltreatment. So interestingly, of those newborns who were abused, 20.4%, or 1 in 5 of those infants, had a history of being born preterm. What's interesting is that there was not an identified increased risk for infants who were born term, but had medical complexities or non-cardiac birth defects. So it was really specific to that preterm infant component. Again, this is just looking at hospitalizations in the first 6 months after birth. Another important finding in this study was that public insurance and living in a rural county also increased the risk for abuse hospitalizations in those same preterm infants, and increased 10-fold higher than other newborns and 3-fold higher than similar preterm infants from non-rural communities. So having directed prevention efforts for these high-risk newborns are certainly necessary to help prevent a disproportionate amount of abuse in this population. Another important factor to consider in our prevention efforts is that women who have a history of childhood abuse, most notably a history of sexual abuse, are 2.8 times more likely to have a child born premature, indicating that childhood maltreatment is associated with pregnancy outcomes. Thus, for those of us here providing services to women prior to their pregnancy or while they are pregnant, applying a trauma-informed care approach is necessary so that we can best individualize the care they need during that critical time prior to birth. And I know that we discussed the HOPES grant previously, and we're really fortunate that our hospital has the capacity to provide mental health services for women who are pregnant and right after they've given birth, so that we can provide the support they need if they've had especially a history of trauma or abuse. So what may be some of the factors associated for maltreatment in this preterm infant population? First, preterm infants and the associated hospitalization in the NICU can result in a high level of both emotional and financial stress on the family. And as we know, excessive stress in itself is a risk for harsh parenting behaviors. We also know that having a preterm birth may result in PTSD, in addition to other maternal mental health issues that may be present, such as depression or postpartum depression. Further, the NICU is not the most conducive environment for fostering parent-infant relationship development. The relationship can fluctuate between periods of closeness and separation, which can sometimes change suddenly based on the infant's medical status. And even when parents are in proximity to their infants in the NICU, it's challenging still to have quality interactions, or parents may not know how to interact with their preterm infant if they've never had a preterm baby before and are unfamiliar with their cues. We also see a high rate of caregiver burden in this population, as well as some parents having a hard time developing confidence and learning how to parent their preterm child. And of course, there can be a combination of factors or cumulative factors beyond these listed. But for the purposes of this presentation, let's delve a little bit deeper into parent-infant relationship development in the NICU. And I was happy to hear this morning when Carla was speaking that she mentioned attachment, because I thought, great, because we were going to talk about that. So attachment simply can be defined as the emotional bond one has with another person. It's the way of relating to another person relating to another person. So according to attachment theory, which really started in the late 1970s and it's still relevant today, there are approximately 4 attachment styles. There's one form of secure attachment, and then the other 3 are insecure attachment styles. It's most often assessed using the still face paradigm, which observes how one responds to a caregiver when they are distressed. If you're unfamiliar with still face paradigm, you can certainly Google it later and find lots of videos and learn about it, but it's a really interesting paradigm that's used a lot in research. So secure attachment is exactly what you think. You feel protected by your caregiver. Infants know that they can depend on them. There's a feeling of safety and connection. Anxious ambivalent attachment is characterized by inconsistent responding of caregivers and a child's anxiety and preoccupation about the caregiver's availability and responsiveness. Disorganized attachment happens when a caregiver has not created a safe space for the child in times of distress. It's characterized by a child having love for the caregiver, but also fearing that caregiver. So it really is a bit of a stressful attachment style. So when the child's only source of safety is also their source of fear. And then finally, avoidant attachment occurs when a caregiver is not responsive to attending to the child's needs. So importantly, studies on attachment in preterm infants have indicated that preterm infants may have a 6-time higher odds in developing a disorganized attachment style compared to their healthy counterparts. So attachment theory is important because there is an association between insecure attachment and childhood maltreatment as well, not just looking at preterm infants, but overall. Specifically, studies indicate that disorganized attachment is overrepresented in samples of abused children. Further, parents who have not experienced secure attachments with their own caregivers have difficulty forming those attachments with their own children, which may explain some degree of the intergenerational transmission of abuse and neglect. However, I just want to put some caution out there that correlation does not mean causation. So having an insecure attachment style does not mean that there's going to be maltreatment. But we just want to understand that it can be a risk factor. And so we really want to foster healthy relationships. So any programs that are designed to predict and prevent incidences of child maltreatment need to recognize that multiple factors are involved, and that attachment theory can certainly be beneficial in the application for intervention. So in order to have healthy attachment, you need to have quality bidirectional interactions between that caregiver and their infant. And so these elements are really important. Proximity, which being actually you first need to be near and present. And as the NICU, we know there's a lot of separation. Sensitivity to their infant, learning those cues. Nurturing touch is really critical because it increases oxytocin and lowers cortisol levels. Being attuned, parental warmth, responsiveness, and again, reciprocity. And having those synchronous interactions develop between the dyad. Unfortunately, having a premature infant in the NICU poses a lot of challenges to this attachment formation process. Because of the preterm infant's neurological challenges and underdeveloped regulation skills, they may be perceived as less rewarding social partners for that dyadic interaction as parents learn to interpret their preterm infants' communication signals. For instance, there was a study that compared term infants to preterm infants in the NICU, and they are shown to have shorter alert states, they open their eyes less, and they have atypical stress responses. In addition, the NICU environment itself is not conducive to quality interactions, thus limiting the quantity and quality of those interactions. And then, as we mentioned, parenting stress, the parent mental health, and parent role confusion can certainly interfere with the bonding process. And then finally, we also have to recognize and acknowledge the many systemic and structural barriers to parent presence and proximity, such as the limitations on family medical leave here in the United States. There's no extension of medical leave for families if you have a medically complex child in the NICU for several months. It's just one example. So to better understand the many contextual influences on caregiver-infant interactions within the context of the NICU, this model is a visual depiction of those internal and external factors, including biobehavioral components that can facilitate or inhibit that quality dyadic interaction during a NICU hospitalization. So you can see inside where the two arrows are, there's the infant and mother dyad, and there's characteristics of each of them that will influence that interactive behavior. There's also family contextual factors in terms of family support, the structure, partner involvement, cultural beliefs, but then there's the NICU context itself, and including the healthcare team's influences on that dyad, the NICU environment itself, the medical procedures, as well as the degree of family-centered care practices and programs within that NICU setting. All will influence the development of that relationship. So despite all these challenges, positive interactions and healthy relationships happen all the time in the NICU. Like, this still happens, and it's still possible. So caregiver proximity and nurturing contact have been identified as the biggest protective factors in how these vulnerable infants can develop social bonds, attachment, and relational responsiveness. Further, parental perceptions of self-efficacy further influence the attachment formation process. For instance, as parents become more confident in their ability to participate in caretaking responsibilities in the NICU, such as doing feeding and changing diapers, their anxiety is mitigated and feelings of closeness toward their infants can grow. So I want to share a very brief video, I think it's like 18 seconds long, to show you just what that dyadic quality interaction can look like. This is between a mother and her 33-week gestational age infant. So I'm gonna play it once, and I might play it one more time just so you can catch all the cues. So look at the bidirectional interaction here. Okay, hopefully we had sound on that video. But basically the mother is she's caressing her infant. She goes up and touches the infant's face. And then you see the infant open his eyes and smile and look up at the mother. And in response, the mother talks right back to the infant immediately in response. Now, there's always debate on, can a preterm infant, are they really smiling? And my answer is, does it really matter? Because the important fact is that the mother responded emotionally to that infant and responded to that baby's cues. So I just think that's a really good example of that bidirectional process. So I had the opportunity to conduct my dissertation research in our NICU, where I explored maternal and infant interactions using systematic observational methods. So in one study, we observed maternal engagement and what mothers were doing when they were engaged with their infant, but not focusing on their infant. So for instance, if a mother was holding her baby in the NICU, but was distracted or doing something else while holding her baby and not paying attention, we had trained observers in the NICU documenting what that alternative activity was in lieu of attending to their infant. And this was in our lower acuity or feeder grower area of the NICU, where these babies were a little bit, they were medically stable, able to have interactions. So these were not our 23-weeker babies. So what we found was a phenomenon that we did not anticipate to find. The majority of time we found that when mothers were unfocused, particularly during nurturing interactions, they were using their cell phones while holding their infants. And while this is not bad in itself, what we found was that approximately 1/3 of those using their cell phones, and you can look at this scatter plot here on the right, were immersed in their phones for nearly the entire duration of holding their infant. So we don't know what they were using their phones for, but they were not intentionally spending time with their infant while they were holding their infant at that time. And I think a lot of us probably see this out in the community every day in our regular observations of families these days. We're all a bit addicted to our phones. And there is research emerging to show that there can be missed cues of sensitivity when we are not paying attention to our kids. But what's important to know is that the literature indicates that early parenting behaviors that start in the NICU tend to remain consistent after discharge home. So parents may be missing opportunities to learn responsiveness and sensitivity if they are immersed for that period of time. In another study we conducted at the NICU, we videotaped mothers and infant interaction across 3 different time points and across different situational contexts. And we ended up coding maternal touch either as task touch or nurturing touch, and found an interesting trend, I'll show here, that nurturing touch decreased over time, whereas task touch increased. Now, this potential shift in touch patterns is notable, as nurturing touch and not functional or task touch is directly linked to the attachment development process. So, for example, one study found that only affectionate touch predicted secure attachment, regardless of the frequency mothers provided tactile contact to their low birth weight infants. And touch interactions are not equal. And in the NICU, some forms of task touch may be perceived as threatening, whereas affectionate touch communicates safety to the infant. So given that premature infants experience a high degree of aversive tactile stimulation from medical procedures, the benefits of increasing opportunities for nurturing touch for premature infants is well documented. And further, studies have shown that how quickly after birth an infant receives nurturing contact from their caregiver can also predict attachment. And I find this really fascinating. So to illustrate, a study found that very low birth weight infants who received physical contact, basically skin to skin care with their mother within 3 hours after birth, demonstrated a higher rate in developing secure attachment compared to those infants who received standard care. So touch is critically important in that process. So from a prevention standpoint, as healthcare providers working in the NICU or working with families that have a preterm infant, really encouraging and supporting affectionate touch as their caregiving tasks increase with diaper changes, integrating nurturing touch, and encouraging continued skin to skin throughout that NICU hospitalization. So just briefly summarizing, preterm infants are at higher risk for maltreatment compared to newborns. Term newborns, intergenerational abuse history and insecure attachment development may be contributing risk factors. Applying trauma-informed care practices and offering mental health services during pregnancy in the NICU and post-NICU discharge are important. And interventions in the NICU and post-discharge that provide bonding and quality interactions may serve as protective factors in preventing abuse. Things like skin-to-skin breastfeeding, family-centered care, NICU policies that allow 24-hour parent presence, and then hopefully in the future, federal policy on family leave.
Thank you, Dr. Neugebauer. I really appreciate that information. It was incredibly informational. Now I'm going to be discussing the family attachment in the NICU and its relationship to health equity. So family attachment is more than just holding and rocking a baby, and this begins immediately at birth. Family attachment goes much deeper than I think what we even think. It really helps to promote a relationship, a positive relationship, and it can help parents develop their caregiving skills by learning how to identify and interpret the needs of their infant. Family attachment is
immediately begins at birth. I've already mentioned that. But what I wanted to touch on is that I have had the privilege of attending so many births while working as a NICU nurse here at Covenant Children's. And I can tell you it's one of the most amazing interactions that I've ever seen. During a vaginal delivery, once the infant is born, the infant is placed immediately upon mom's chest. And I can speak directly from my own personal experience. There is not a better feeling in the world. And that is when attachment starts. And we can even see this in our C-sections in our OR rooms. At a minimum, what we do is once the baby is born and is stable, then the infant is wrapped in a blanket or swaddled and placed directly up to mom. So they're basically cheek to cheek or face to face. And I've been here long enough to see how Covenant has progressed in those efforts. So we have moved even more forward in that we can, through the interdisciplinary collaboration that we have with the OR nurses, with our OB and L&D nurses, our nursery nurses, and even our anesthesiologist, we can place the mom directly skin to skin, even during a C-section. And that's something that we didn't used to do a long time ago because it just didn't seem like it was feasible. But we've removed a lot of those barriers. And I think that really is so important to the moms, even in a C-section, to be able to see their baby and for the baby to hear their mother's voice and for the mother to speak to their infant. But unfortunately, sometimes our infants do need further care, as opposed to just staying with mom and continuing and building that attachment. Sometimes our patients do have to go to the NICU for some more critical observation and care. And most of these families, or a lot of these families, are not expecting this separation at birth. But even when a family is expected or is expecting that separation, it continues to be a significantly difficult and even traumatizing event for mothers and fathers. For the NICU and L&D nurses, I know a lot of these pictures, that a lot of these scenes are all too familiar. The mother is left alone, obviously with the healthcare staff, that the baby is taken away in an isolette or a warmer. The father typically is accompanying the baby, but I promise you, moms give really good instructions to the fathers about what they want from the fathers. They want pictures, they want updates, etc. And so that's one thing that we make sure that our fathers get those pictures of the weights. And the biggest thing that they want answered is my baby okay? And that's both for the mom and the dad. So can you imagine walking into the NICU, and sometimes it's a really dark and kind of low lit environment, but then sometimes it's also very brightly lit, and you have alarms, and sometimes you can hear the babies crying, and you can hear staff talking, etc. And so that environment in and of itself can be very overwhelming and very stressful and definitely overstimulating for our fathers or the mother's support person, because I promise you, we are bombarding them with information. And again, really the only information that they are interested in is my baby okay? We have talked a lot about the dyadic attachment. Here are a few examples of what that can look like. Eye contact. That can happen easily just through talking to your baby and being close to your baby. Vocalizations, and that can happen through reading and singing, and just that nurturing touch that Dr. Neugebauer was talking about. And that can happen in skin to skin, holding, breastfeeding, diaper changes, bathing, and any other type of therapeutic touch. In the NICU, often we help our families and educate them and teach them how to comfort their babies just by how they are placing their hands to nest their child. And so that's always a therapeutic touch for our infants.
And NICU staff can support and promote these attachments. They must provide education and support and encourage participation in all of their infants' care. We want to communicate that the parents, the infants of the parents of the infants are the primary, and I want to stress that, the primary caregiver of this infant. So often we hear us talk about your primary provider or your primary caregiver. And so we are referring to ourselves as the healthcare workers as primary caregivers. But in reality, especially amongst our families, not just in the NICU, but at Children's Hospital, the parents are the primary caregivers of their children. And we should do everything in our power as staff to elevate them to that status. It's important to discuss the goals of the family for what they want while they're at the bedside and also while they are away from the bedside. We want to know what is most important to them. And at the NICU at Covenant Children's, we do that in many ways. One of the ways that we do it that is not specific to our unit, but throughout Covenant Children's Hospital, is that we have best care boards. And it's a really good way to update families and also staff about the goals of the family, especially as the infant and or the child continues to progress in their health. One of the other things that I wanted to speak to as well is that a lot of times parents in the NICU or that have their baby in the NICU can experience depression and anxiety and stress and absolutely a loss of control because a lot of times they're scared, especially if they have a very fragile, extremely premature baby, and they're afraid to touch their baby and to do cares with their baby. So that is something that we can, as caregivers, help promote their or decrease that feeling of loss of control and empower them. So they have various vacillating feelings of being included in care, but then sometimes even excluded in the care, dependent on the healthcare provider. So as healthcare, as NICU staff, we do have the power to make a difference by implementing interventions to support family-centered care and developmentally supportive care. One of the ways that has been mentioned several times to promote attachment is through skin-to-skin care. This is a very small, absolutely not exhaustive list of how skin-to-skin care is so beneficial to both infants and their families. For the infant, it helps regulate body temperatures, heart rate, and breathing, and it improves their overall health outcomes. It absolutely has an effect on breastfeeding success, and it can also promote weight gain. For the family, for most families, it helps to increase their feelings of parental confidence and competence, which is, again, we can help ensure that they are promoted to that and know that they are the most important person in the health of their baby. And it definitely helps to reduce stress and anxiety and improves maternal mental health. Some of the benefits of breastfeeding. This week, April 11th through 17th, happens to also be Black Maternal Health Week. So in concordance with this awareness, I wanted to speak specifically to the benefits of breastfeeding, not just for all of our families, but specifically for the Black maternal population. Unfortunately, related to multiple barriers, Black mothers have the lowest rates of breastfeeding compared to white mothers. And I know this slide looks a little overwhelming, but I want to direct you to the information on the left. These are some of the conditions that many Black mothers and their infants experience. We see this a lot in our unit. Black mothers have a high rate of preterm births. They absolutely have an increase in maternal mortality. Their infants have a higher rate of necrotizing enterocolitis, which is an infection, inflammation of the intestines that can lead to feeding intolerance and even sometimes death. And Black mothers also experience weathering. And what weathering is, if you're not familiar with that, is the wearing down of the body due to chronic stressors over time. It is the physical toll that from related to chronic exposure to discrimination, and that toll is manifested by some of these conditions that you see here on the screen, such as chronic hypertension, cardiac complications, and diabetes. And those of you who are nursing staff in L&D and the OB world know this, that this happens all the time. But when we encourage and support our mothers, all of our mothers, to breastfeed, some of the benefits are presented here on the right. It decreases the risk of neck, and that's not just for our Black babies, that's for all infants. It improves and increases respiratory protection. We've been talking about dyadic attachment, so it's that relational health. It improves and increases relational health. And in reference to the weathering, you can see the effects here. It decreases hypertension, it decreases cardiac conditions, and it also decreases the rate of reproductive cancers. So breastfeeding has immeasurable benefits for both the mom and the infant. On this slide here, and there is a QR code that you can scan to get a little more information on this particular graph. This graph really, I think, visually shows how the United States in general, the United States healthcare system, is failing to reduce maternal mortality rates in women of color. You can see on the right-hand side, the non-Hispanic group here has a 3 to 4 times higher rate of maternal mortality compared to non-Hispanic white women. And so we really need to put efforts into mitigating this statistic. This information, this data, I took from the March of Dimes website. And what I wanted to show here is the overall rates of preterm birth by race and ethnicity. And what it's comparing is us here in Texas compared to all of the United States. And what I think the important takeaway is from this data is that Texas has a higher preterm birth rate in our marginalized populations, as you can see here, for our Black populations and Hispanic populations compared to the rest of the United States. So Texas has some work to do. Actually, with this March of Dimes information, I hope all of you, just to throw in this little plug, are participating and supporting our March of Dimes efforts here at Covenant. Social determinants of health. Like, what in the world is that? Social determinants of health are conditions where we live, grow, work, play, and age. What is so important about social determinants of health is that they account for up to 80% of a person's overall health, which was something that I was completely unaware of. I always thought that access to health care really made a big difference. If you had health insurance, you'd be able to access that care and get the care you need. But really, it's our social determinants of health that make all of the difference. Think about this, the areas that you live and play. Dependent on your neighborhood, is the neighborhood safe? Is it safe for your children to go outside and play? Is it safe for you to go for a walk in the neighborhood with your child to get that exercise to improve your health? What about the air quality in that particular neighborhood? Pollution makes a huge difference in our overall health. Our children and adults with asthma and allergies. And think about the areas that we work and the type of jobs that we have in our job roles. Especially, let's relate this back to breastfeeding. If you have a job where your organization supports breastfeeding, so when mothers return back to work, do you have a clean place to go and pump and have the time to do that so you can continue to support those breastfeeding efforts? Or do you have a job that doesn't have a clean place to go, that the only choice you have is to go pump in the restroom and it's not the cleanest place for you? What about PTO? Do you have paid time off to be able to stay at home and form those attachments with your children? And again, to support those breastfeeding efforts. Or maybe your job doesn't offer PTO and you have to go back to work, especially if you are the sole provider of your family, or that's the job that you have in relationship with your partner. So all those things make a big, big difference. So our social determinants of health are a huge factor in our overall health outcomes. And of course, our own individual behaviors and habits play a big role in our overall health. So let's talk a little bit about parental presence and how it relates to, or how social determinants of health relates to parental presence. Families with lower socioeconomic status can face lots of barriers to being present at the bedside of their infant that is in the NICU. Barriers such as transportation or the inability, like I spoke of, to take time off of work. So Christine, Dr. Neugebauer mentioned the family leave that affects whether or not you can be present at the bedside. We have so many families who live far away that are not directly living in Lubbock, and so they can face challenges being present at the bedside. There is travel time and the expense of travel. This can also impact the time that parents are able to spend at the bedside, affecting their bonding and attachment like we've been talking about. And it also has the potential to impact the infant's long-term developmental outcomes. Race and ethnicity also plays a part in parental presence. Research shows that marginalized families, are less likely to have access to resources that support the family presence. Again, going back to those social determinants of health. So overall, parental presence is a critical factor in health outcomes of premature and critically ill infants. Those social determinants of health can absolutely impact parental presence. And as staff, we must be aware of the social determinants of health and those barriers of the possibilities of why families may not be always present. Sorry. Quality improvement. I definitely wanted to speak about quality improvement and how it relates to our overall care. Quality improvement increases awareness of both health disparities and the impact on NICU families. As healthcare givers, we can advocate for the policies and programs that support and encourage parental presence, no matter their socioeconomic status, race or ethnicity, or geographic location. We are responsible to promote culturally sensitive care and communication in the NICU to ensure our families feel valued, seen, and heard. And like I mentioned earlier, we want to have that communication with them and ask them, what are your goals? What are your desires? Are there any specific cultural implications for that particular baby? Are there any beliefs that they want us to implement at the bedside? We should encourage healthcare providers to engage in ongoing cultural competency and cultural humility to provide equitable care to all of our families. We absolutely need to advocate for resources for families who may face barriers to being present at their infant's bedside by offering things and resources such as transportation, food, and lodging options. We need to continue to educate and engage families in information about bonding and talking to them about that, attachment and long-term developmental outcomes. Engage in research and data collection to understand health disparities in the NICU and identify effective interventions to reduce disparities. I'd like to talk about the health equity project that we did in our NICU and how quality improvement really made a big difference. We looked at our overall data for breastfeeding at discharge, and by being able to look at our data, evaluate the data, we were able to see that we did have disparate outcomes. And so by identifying those disparities, then quality improvement can be implemented to make a change, not just in the data, but really the change is that we're looking for is to make a change, to make an improvement in the overall health outcomes of our families.
So now let's talk a little bit about how, based on all of these risk factors for preterm infants, we as healthcare providers and as anyone interacting with families who have preterm infants, we have responsibility here too. We have the power to impact how parents identify when they are in the NICU. Do they identify as that primary caregiver? Are they coping well with the NICU stay? Can we help bolster them in any way? So first, let's talk a little bit about trauma. And so when we talk about trauma-informed care, what are we saying? We're talking about trauma in terms of emotional and physical responses to physically and emotional harmful events. These are circumstances that lead to adverse mental health outcomes like acute stress disorder, like PTSD. So trauma is any event or circumstance that overwhelms our ability to cope. So when we don't feel in control of a situation, we have no power to help our children, we experience trauma. The parents of these children are experiencing trauma daily within the NICU. The event, the experience, and the effect sum to create the trauma. So within the NICU, there's many different types of trauma. There's actual traumatic birth, so physical trauma. Some mothers face near-death experiences, unexpected C-sections, ineffective epidurals, injury, even just the idea of simply having a sick child. That is traumatic in and of itself when you are not the one who has the ability to quote unquote save your own child. Lack of family support matters within the NICU. If someone feels isolated and unsupported by their family, or maybe based on socioeconomic status, there can't be family members present, people feel more isolated. They feel less as though they have a team surrounding them, even though the healthcare team is there. Their particular family unit is what matters. And many times they're alone. The physical environment in and of itself can be traumatic. We work with families all the time with the alarms. They wake up in the middle of the night, imagining that they're hearing these alarms. And it's physical trauma responses. Seeing other sick babies, seeing babies code, seeing babies pass away. These things all happen within an NICU context. And finally, interactions with staff can be traumatic, depending on what those interactions are. And that's the part that we have control over. We can't fix many of these other things. But if we are interacting with a family who has a preterm infant, we can control the words that we're saying, the attitudes that we're having, and we can influence them. We can mitigate their trauma risks. So for babies born in the NICU, they are at higher risk for maltreatment even compared to their own siblings. They are at higher risk, and this association decreases when we control for family and maternal characteristics. So this means that if we can impact maternal mental health, the mothers are able to protect their children better. The women, mothers, we also have this connection with our children in our mirror neurons as we're sitting there doing skin to skin. Fathers too, but it tends to be the mothers. As we build these connections, we are building our children's frontoamygdala resting state connectivity. So what does that mean? That means that these children are going to have better emotional regulation. They are going to be able to cope with in social situations better all throughout their childhood based on these first interactions. This is why there's generational risk, because childhood trauma correlates to these future mental health risks. Families with very low birth weight infants experience higher stress until the kids are at least at age 7. And we suspect that this continues, but there's simply not data. But why does this matter that we know it's until age 7? The ages from 0 to 6 are the most key time frame for children and their neurobiological development. This is when they become resilient for the rest of their lives. And so if we are creating more trauma at the beginning of their life, we are a part of the societal failure for these infants. But if we're bolstering them, we're bolstering these families, we're part of that prevention. So what might we see? You know, whether you're a healthcare provider or you're someone who works in the childcare industry, what are you going to see from families who are experiencing trauma? There's 4 typical reactions. Many of them can come across offensively, but it's important that we don't take these things personally, that we know how to interpret these things for what they are, just a trauma response. They're not indicative of character flaws. Even the most cooperative family, can have a bad day, and it's important for us to take a step back and not blame the family for this. So if a family's having a fight response, you might see people who are argumentative. They're challenging the healthcare providers. They're visibly upset. Voices are raised. There's threatening tones and body language. They might think you're lying to them. They might have angry affect, which means like their face becomes more aggressive. They might not listen to medical advice. But that's not them actually rejecting the medical community. That's them feeling attacked and as though they need to protect in that moment. You might have some families who fly, which means that they're not going to be around as much. It's not that they don't care about their children, but coming to the floor elicits a trauma response. Their body literally becomes overwhelmed. They might be very intimidated by contact with their babies. They might be very intimidated by medical providers. They might even leave the hospital AMA. If a family freezes, if you see someone who's freezing, this is going to look similar to flying, but without the lack of presence. They're going to physically be there, but they might look flat. They might zone out, as you call it. They might be dissociating. They might be phone scrolling. Phone scrolling is a freeze response. They might have, like I said, that flat face, that flat affect. And then fawning. Well, fawning, most healthcare providers actually like, but it's still problematic. Fawning is when a family essentially folds to the healthcare system. They are very concerned about rocking the boat. They don't want to ask questions. They don't want to cause problems. They might, for example, not want to engage in the baby's cares because they're afraid that they are going to hurt their child. They think that everything must be perfect. And so everything then goes to the healthcare providers. This is easy and many times for healthcare providers, but it's really problematic because attachment is very negatively impacted by the fawn response. So what do we see? What do we see from healthcare providers that's problematic sometimes within engaging with preterm infant families? We see a lot of assumptive language. So what does that mean? That means that we're operating from stances and narratives that someone is not a good parent. For example, we might have this narrative that young mothers are going to be incompetent. Young mothers don't know what they're doing. If a family's not at the bedside constantly, like we'd expect them to be, we assume that they're neglectful. Or on the flip side, we assume that parents don't need education. They've got this. You know, mom, she can interact with her baby and hold her baby, even though there's all these wires attached to her. She's got it. I don't need to offer to help. We see familial language in reference to patients. The most common example of this is the term "my baby." Staff will refer to infants as their babies because it's their patient. They don't mean anything by this, but language is generative. And if we're talking about parental identity within the context of the NICU, if the baby's your baby, baby's not the mother's baby. And that negatively impacts her ability to identify as that primary caregiver and as that primary bonding source for the infant. There's sarcasm and humor. This is how we cope as healthcare providers, right? Like, this is what we do. And sometimes families engage with it. We think, wait a second, why would anyone be offended by humor? Sometimes humor comes across when we're in a traumatic state as an attack. So if we're using joking language to lighten the mood, it comes across as dismissive towards families. There can be insensitive correction of errors. If we're insensitive when we're talking about perhaps a mistake in the way something is done, we can intimidate families out of interacting with their own infants, making them then scared to interact with their infants at home, meaning that attachment is further negatively impacted and the parental bond is not in place. We want to teach parents. That doesn't mean that we can never correct, but it means that we need to be very sensitive in how we address things. The last thing that can happen sometimes is similar to the My Baby, that's nicknaming patients. There's a lot of affection behind this from staff, but sometimes it's not interpreted well. For families who are in the NICU for long periods of time, calling babies old timers, calling babies grandpa, that's insulting to families because it's a reminder of how long that they've been there. Nicknames, including the baby's diagnosis, reduces the baby to a burden. It reduces the baby to the thing that's wrong with them rather than the things that are beautiful identifying characteristics. And families notice these things. But what do we do well? What can we do to help? If these are the things that we do to harm families, what do we do instead? We ask questions, and we ask good questions. So we ask questions that help families feel like they are welcome, help them feel like they are caregivers. Asking, hey, have you had the chance to hold your baby today? Can I help you with that? That's very different from, have you held your baby yet? You see, it's how we ask things. It's how we engage. You know, we want to make sure mothers are caring for their mental health, fathers too. Asking, have you had a break today? I've got this right now. You can cook me a cup of coffee. Now's a good time. Why don't you be back for cares at 12 o'clock? Encouraging them to do things that are beneficial for themselves. We can validate families' fears. We know that the NICU is a scary place. We know that families are experiencing these traumas. And so we can validate that it's intimidating to interact with a premature baby. We can validate that seeing your child on a vent is traumatizing. It's scary, but we can ask them, do you have any questions about what that means? About what's happening to your child? We can let them know that their child's comfortable and validate that concern, that their child might not be okay in that moment. We can take into account their opinions. If a mother has an opinion on, hey, I think this might be wrong with my child, let's sit down and have a conversation with her about why that might or might not be the case. We can narrate our actions. So if someone's having one of those responses that causes them to disengage from their child, they might not respond to those questions of engagement. They might still feel intimidated, but we can still teach them. We can teach them by talking to them while we're caring for these children. We can describe the actions that we're taking while we're having just a general conversation with them. So that way they're still learning and absorbing, but in a less intimidating way. We can keep offering these opportunities, not pushing, but giving them things that might feel like baby steps. You know, when it's a diaper change, maybe they don't feel comfortable doing a whole diaper change, but do you want to go with the rag? Do you want to weigh the diaper with me? We can do basic things like this. We want to normalize help-seeking behaviors. So if we as the medical staff are normalizing the fact that things can be traumatic, that things can be hard, that we need trauma-centered care, and that it's normal to need that, families are going to be much more receptive. They're not going to feel like there's something wrong with them. So we might say, hey, let's say a baby was transported to our NICU. You know, it's normal to feel overwhelmed by having your baby transported here and offering up services that we have. So we have a counselor within our NICU. Do you want to talk to our counselor? You know, do you need a break? Do you need a quiet room for a minute? You know, situations like this are too much to handle. We've got a support group. Do you want to go talk to other families that have gone through this? We can offer those resources to them in a way that's not degrading or shaming. And lastly, a lot of what we can do to help is actually model healthy behavior. If we aren't in a healthy headspace ourselves, we don't have the bandwidth to do these things, to pay attention to these things while we're also caring for the medical needs of infants. So what does that look like? There's a couple different models when it comes to this modeling of care and what we actually need as the healthcare providers. One is called the 7 types of rest model, and this looks at physical rest. So what do our bodies need? Are we hyperventilating when we're stressed? Is a mother hyperventilating when she's stressed in front of you? Can you demonstrate what it would look like? Be calm, to maintain solid breaths, to actually sleep and talk about the fact that you're sleeping, mitigating hustle culture. And what about mental rest? Encouraging moms to be playing music, to meditate, to engage in silence when they need it, to take breaks, taking our own breaks when we can, when staffing allows. Emotional rest, normalizing therapy, talking to people in our lives who are safe people, helping families identify who those safe people are for them. And social rest, time with friends, engaging with people who don't need anything from you, who are pouring into you rather than taking from you. Encouraging people to identify times when they don't have the bandwidth to pour into others. Time to yourself to be able to recharge. Creative rest. This is something we don't think about very much as healthcare providers, but we are engaging in creative energy use at all times. We're having to solve problems, and that's a type of creativity. So we need time in nature. We need time engaging in things that fill these parts of us that we don't recognize very often. Our spiritual rest. For some, this might look like religion. Some, it might just look like identifying your purpose. What is your purpose within being in healthcare? What is a mother's purpose in spending time at the bedside? And sensory rest, technology breaks, times when our eyes need rest from screens, minimizing bright lights, fluorescent lights especially, quiet environments, making sure that we have those spaces that our families can go. And another model to look at is this idea of our 5 senses needing rest. So what if our sight needs rest? What if we need just a break? We can engage in sight deprivation. For some people, this looks like when they leave work, staying in the dark parking garage. For some people, it's going home and putting on a sleep mask for 5 minutes. Or maybe you don't need a lack of sight of things. Maybe you need to fill yourself with more positive images. So keeping a photo album of your children, of your pets, of things that bring you joy and fulfillment. When it comes to sound, a lot of times NICUs are overwhelming when it comes to sound, alarms, people moving things through, people speaking. So noise canceling headphones are very helpful for families on our way home from work. Even sometimes that's useful. And then the use of brown noise. We hear a lot about white noise, but brown noise actually focuses on deeper, lower frequencies than white noise does. And so it's more calming and appropriately stimulating for the brain. So getting families to use noises even at night, if they're a family that uses a white noise machine, that's going to actually induce calm rather than more stress. What about taste? Getting families and ourselves, if we're stressed, avoiding alcohol, eating regular meals. We as healthcare providers skip meals a lot, or we just eat snacks, but we need to be eating regularly to regulate our own blood sugar. And that's something we need to be encouraging families to do as well. What about touch? Sometimes we need better touch, different touch. Sometimes we need hugs. We need strong hugs that provide compression. Sometimes we need our feet in the earth, in the actual dirt, which we have a lot of here in West Texas, so this should be easy. Finding grounding, magnetizing to the earth, or touch deprivation. Touch deprivation can be as simple as soaking in a bathtub. You're floating. It's a different sensation and it provides your body a chance to actually recover. Smell. If families are just smelling hospital smells all the time, that's a lot. And then that becomes a trauma trigger. For us, we don't realize how much we just smell hospitals all day long. So citrus smells for energy. I keep essential oils in my office all the time for families and for myself. Citrus, when I'm feeling exhausted, sometimes after lunch, it's in the middle of the day, and earthy smells for calming. If somebody's in the middle of a trauma episode, we're going to use lavender. We're going to use woodsy scents to help bring them back to where they need to be. Trauma matters. Our engagement with families matters. Attachment matters. All of these things matter in terms of just treating people as humans, but they matter for the prevention of child abuse. These are things that we can do to help families become more resilient and more resistant to the traumas that they face.
Thank all of you for coming today. I have a question for you to start off with, and then we'll read some additional ones. But Kara, I know that you've done a lot of work in education with our staff here at Covenant. Can you tell me if you've seen a difference in what those differences may be since educating the staff on some of these things?
Yeah, staff has actually been very open to the education. Staff has been open to the idea of including trauma-centered care within the physical care. One of the big differences I see is staff's observation of these things. Staff are noticing trauma responses more regularly. We're still working on that. What do we do in that moment? Because that's not a natural thing to know what to do in response. But staff is asking really good questions. They're consulting people when they don't know what to do. And we're really putting more emphasis on it within the NICU.
Christy, we keep talking about moms and attachment. How does this work when moms aren't in the picture? So it's grandma acting as mom or dad who is with the baby all day. Has there been any research done on that part of it?
It's an excellent question. And I think it brings a key point of looking at, so infants can attach to more than one caregiver, first and foremost. It's not necessarily the mother. The research primarily is on mothers just because they're a much larger population. But infants can attach to multiple caregivers and have different types of attachment to each caregiver as well. So they may have a disorganized attachment with their mother, but a secure attachment with their father or with their grandmother or their aunt, whoever that primary caregiver is. But when it comes to, risk and prevention, whoever that infant is going to be spending the majority of time with upon discharge and in their home, we certainly want that infant to have a secure attachment with that primary caregiver, whoever that may be in the NICU. But that's an excellent point.
And I think my last question for you guys would be, I enjoyed every bit of your presentation, but what would your hopes be for our NICU and our moms within our hospital? Have y'all looked into what that future looks like? Or we have any ongoing projects, or if y'all have any dreams of what we can do here?
I think for me personally, is that okay, buddy?
Yeah, you're right.
I think my hopes and dreams is that each family is uniquely taken care of. And by that, I mean really communicating with each individual family, asking them what their needs are, what their goals are, and really individualizing the care with each particular family, because we have such very regimented processes and protocols. And so it's a lot of really blanket processes. Most of our babies eat or have care times every 3 hours. We refer to a lot of those care times as touch times. But really, I think to add to that is to elevate the times that our families are able to engage and participate with their infants, and not only at designated care times or touch times and letting the families really have more say or feedback and input on that.
I had a similar question after the recent NICU conference that I attended, and they were like, if you just walked into your NICU and it was completely different, and what would it look like? And honestly, the first thing that popped in my head was that all of the providers in that NICU looked like the families that we served. So that we had Black neonatologists, Latino neonatologists, a white neonatologist, that we had staff that looked like our families, because I think that's a big issue in healthcare right now, is that we're not representing the diversity of the families that we're serving. And I think there's a lot of trust involved when there's people that look like you and can understand a lot more about your lived experiences. And I don't think that we're quite there yet. We have a long way to go. And it takes, I think, intentional effort on the organization's part and in healthcare to make that happen.
Thank you for saying that. I really think that that's a really valid point, because I see that within my own family. I know that with my mother specifically, if she goes to any doctor or is seeking care, if she happens to find a Hispanic physician is there or nurse, it just makes her feel so much more at ease, because I think she feels like she can relate and they can relate to her and understand where she's coming from and some of the concerns that she might have. So diversity and people that look more like you really is a big deal. So thank you for mentioning.
For myself, thinking from the mental health lens, I want our families to feel uniquely known and feel that there is no stigma when it comes to any problem that they bring to us. Because if we have that, then they have a secure touch point for themselves that they can come back to and they can ask questions, because we don't know what each individual family is going to need 5 years down the line. But if they can come back and ask questions, we can meet the need as it arises.
I know that y'all do CPR classes. Y'all show the video of, safe sleep, period of purple crying. Have y'all seen a decrease in SIDS and abuse-related cases of our NICU patients since starting that process? Y'all been doing it for a long time.
We have been, and it's funny that you asked this question, because we just talked about this yesterday, is that I personally, we don't have that data. I don't know what data we have specific to Covenant Children's NICU grads as far as its relationship to child abuse, and if maybe some of those programs have helped decrease those rates. And so I think that's something that we talked about, that we would be really interested in seeing specifically related to Covenant Children's NICU. Yeah, so thanks for that question, because we agree with you. We'd like to know what that is.
That's a great question.
Yes.
I don't see any additional questions. I do want to thank you all for coming today, especially you three that we get to work with every day. It's a privilege to have you guys here and hear about all of your work. And to everyone else who's participating today and viewing the conference, we thank you for coming. We thank you for listening, and we hope that we can make a difference in all of the children that we care for and see every day. And I would like to finish up with a couple of questions you're probably going to have. We've had lots of requests for slides from the presenters all day. We will definitely get that information out to you if they're willing to share their slides and how you can obtain those. We also would like for you to complete the evaluation. There will be a QR code here in just a second. Sorry. And if you will go ahead, use your phone, scan that, you can get a number of different or claim a number of different hours. And please give us your honest feedback. We would love to know any ideas for upcoming conferences, things like that. And if you have any questions, be sure and let me know. My name is Casey Thompson again,
And then I just wanted to leave everybody with one little quote, and I think it really sums up today, that history will judge us by the difference we make in the everyday lives of children. And that's from Nelson Mandela.